I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything.
What is going on, Banditos? It is Thursday, September 8th, 3:20 in the PM, give or take a minute or so, and I am streaming from the Pacific Northwest as I normally do, and the weather is mighty fine, and we got a fun build to put together. So this is going to be a TAC 50 point blank headshot kill build. That's right. So this is something that we were working on and mastered on a different set using Hunter's Fury and the Nemesis. So that's right. We called that build the cheat code. It's sort of a temporary name right now. A really fun build. And so now we're going to try it with the TAC 50 and perhaps tip a spear. Anybody? Anybody out there? You with me? it's also September. That's right, September, and this is a Subathon stream. That's right. So let me tell you a little bit about that before we start getting into build crazy stuff. So the build, well, let me talk about the Subathon. So Twitch, on the Twitch side, which is what I'm trying to grow also, Twitch cuts the costs and all of the subs. So it costs the sub, right, on the Twitch side. And so they give deep discounts the longer you sub. And so, and that only happens here in September, which they call September. So it's a way for Twitch to support the streaming community. So if you're down to sub, I'd appreciate it, but we're also looking for new followers too. So every time you sub, it's gonna extend the clock. So a single sub, even gifted subs, are gonna extend that clock by 5 minutes. And then for every new follower regain, I'm gonna add 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes, excuse me, to the clock to extend the stream, and I'll do that manually when the clock runs really low or when it's close to 0. So, so that's what that's about. So if you're on the YouTube side and you haven't followed me on Twitch, I invite you to do so. You should be seeing Twitch links dropping in the feed from time to time, and also you'll see that in the description area of every video that I put out. So, yeah, so Black John Wick, here's a good one. He says, never been a fan of Tip of the Spear. Hope Tux blows my mind with this one. Me either. I've never been a fan of this and of this set, and I basically only have one Tip of Spear build. So, yeah, so I only have one Tip of Spear build, and that's the one I call the Mexican, kind of sort of a parody off of the movie called The Mexican with Brad Pitt, Julia Roberts, so if you've seen that one. Anyways, and that's like a 1.8 to 1.7 million armor Tip of Spear build that's one-shotting everything in heroic, and so including bosses. And so really fun build, and that one's obviously centered on the Regulus, you know, being the pistol and the Mexican and all that stuff. So, but it uses the TAC 50. So I know the TAC 50 can one-shot things. Technically two-shot with Tip of Spear. And so let's take a look at the Tip of Spear set. So I don't have the build right now, but... And so so you know, this build... Actually, let me start here. This is a better place to start. So this is going to be a variation of a build that's in progress, but it's mastered. I'm just fine-tuning. So I'm calling it the cheat code. And if you look closely, it's a really interesting build. Let's take a closer look. So if you take a look at the Hunter's Fury, oops, let me just equip this actually. So if you take a look at this build, you'll see that I got 4 skill tiers on it. Look at that, 4 skill tiers. And basically, it's originally comes off this concept to help those who are not fantastic at headshot builds, okay? And so, because headshot builds are like really fun and powerful in this game because you can one-shot everything. Just one-shot chain kill. It's the best DPS in the game, right? You just get the enemies, oopskies, kicking in on that clock. Appreciate that, oopskies. Thanks, man. That really helps, bro. And so, the skill tiers are powering up this riot foam, so you basically stick the enemy and then you point the, this is how this was working, so you know, and I ran this build for like 4 days. It's absolutely fantastic. It's absolutely, and I'm gonna create a whole build video on it for you guys because it's so much fun. And so it's so much fun. That's why I ran it for 4 days, because I was like, oh, I'm gonna fine tweak this so it's absolutely perfect for the community. And I've just been going back and forth on how many blue cores and how many yellow cores you need, and there's no real right answer. It's just about fine-tuning. So you stick the enemy, you point the nemesis at the enemy's forehead, and then you blast them. So you're one-shot point-blank nemesis. That's what this does, right? And it started out with the TAC 50, but then I realized, I was like, what if we can get rid of what's so close? Do we need that extra headshot damage? Do we need that extra stability coming out of sharpshooter? And if we can get rid of sharpshooter, I can get an extra skill tier. If I can do that, can I do the same thing with the nemesis? And the answer turned out to be yes. So you're whipping out the nemesis basically, you know, anytime you need it, and by doing that, and when it started out with the TAC 50, and by whipping out the TAC 50, what you're doing is you're supercharging Headhunter. You know, and that gets your damage cap to 1,250%. And then it doesn't matter what you run after that. And then I switch over to my rifle on this one. It doesn't matter. Hunter's Fury, 20% amp damage doesn't matter. Hunter's Fury stacking amp damage doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. The Memento backpack doesn't matter on the offense side. Nothing offensively matters. But what was cool about this build is like you're riot foaming them, so it makes it easier to continuously land those headshots. And then when you kill that enemy, it spreads that status effect, right? That disorientation to everybody around them. So you don't have to use your riot foam as much. Now this all started, if you remember, with this Eclipse build I created, where it's kind of the same concept, except when you kill the enemy, the riot foam spreads to everybody around them, and it was a headshot build. Yeah, a red headshot damage Eclipse build with the only purpose of spreading the riot foam to everybody. And you don't need long duration, you just need long enough to one-shot them, which only takes a split second, right? So that's what all of this has been proven before, okay? So the thing is that the reason why this build is gonna be a good idea, all right, is that the TAC 50 is easier to use than the Nemesis. So the Nemesis, the scope is like I'll show you comparisons in testing range in a minute, but it scopes in really close compared to the TAC 50, and the TAC 50 is way more of a stabilized weapon. It's way better. It doesn't sway in the wind, so to speak, where this one sways in the wind. And so when you're really close, that sway can be a little bit annoying, but well, you know, it just takes a little bit of practice and not much of a problem. So with the TAC 50, it's just going to be easier, and then you already get a lot of TAC 50 ammo, and so this worked with the TAC 50. You don't have to run Tip of Spear because there's just you know, you don't start out with Tip of Spear. I'm sorry, you don't start out with TAC 50 ammo, but it eventually builds up, and it's never really a problem. But I ended up going this way for the skill tier. But now we're gonna build around the TAC 50 because it's really fun. And some of these kind of extreme builds, or exotic builds, they're outlandish, but they're absolutely fun. I mean, you show this build to your friends, you run this build with your friends, and they're gonna be like, what the fuck is going on? And I'll show you guys in a second. I'm gonna be like, hey guys, hold up. Let's point my TAC 50, and like you can literally talk through it, because the riot foam in these builds, like, look, it says 9 seconds, but with the memento, it's actually a lot more. And so 9 seconds is all the time you need. I mean, you can miss a couple of shots, add in a reload, switch weapons, and still kill that same enemy under that 9 seconds, right? That's all the time in the world, because you got one-shot kill capabilities. You're not emptying a mag, you know, with 60% crit damage. You're one-shot killing, maybe 2 shots on some enemies. So it's crazy. It's crazy. So let's see here. Let's start assembling it, and then I'll show you the magic. So first, okay, let's go back to sharpshooters. Make sure we got that spec'd out. So I was thinking about not running rifles. I was thinking about making the other weapon is shotgun, but we'll see. Pistols, and we're gonna run, yeah, the TAC 50. So you got to have that going, and then otherwise everything's just kind of there, right? All right, so let's activate that. And then, of course, we're going Tip of Spear because it gives you more TAC 50 ammo. Basically, loads you up every 60 seconds. So let me just bring over the remainder pieces. So went around and grabbed some extra pieces. And some I already have, so. There we go. So let's just kind of slap something together. So I decided like to load up on the marksman rifle one. We kind of went that way because that's the weapon you're using to kick off Headhunter, and so it's the weapon you're using to trigger Headhunter is what you really want to roll into. Because after that, whatever weapon you have in your hand is just going to be, you know, benefiting from that weapon. So let's go ahead and roll these Tip of Spear pieces on. So a lot of these have blue, notice, that's fine. We're gonna change some of those to actually yellows. So think about that. So if you can do it with a blue core, then you can do it with a yellow core also, right? So like I said, we've already run this build at 1.8 million armor. Right now it's at 1.7. And so if I can do it at 1.7, 1.8 million armor, then we're swapping out the armor cores for yellow cores so that I can get stronger riot foam is not going to change my capabilities when it comes to what's happening out of this bad boy, right? So okay, let's look at it. So 10% signature weapon damage, so stronger signature weapon. Then 3 pieces gives us 10% weapon damage, which is cool. So that's more to our everything. Aggressive recon. So dealing damage with the signature weapon increases total weapon damage by 20% for 60 seconds. And then you get auto ammo every 60 seconds. So you want to use this weapon at least once a minute, basically. Otherwise, you're kind of wasting ammo, but you don't have to use it. You don't have to use it, right? More than that if you don't want to. Because once you got the chain killing effect going, you might not need tip of spear at all anymore, right? Until you miss a shot, until you land a body shot, and then you have to pull out your TAC 50. We'll see. But what I want you to notice is the aggressive recon part. So dealing damage with the signature weapon increases total weapon damage by 20% for 60 seconds. So what I want you to recognize is that when you whip out your TAC 50 and you pull it and you hit that first shot, it's not going to have aggressive recon. It's the very next shot that gets that aggressive recon, right? So it's the second shot that is the strongest shot out of tip of spear, not the first shot. The second shot, unless you're using the tip of spear while aggressive recon is active for 60 seconds. For example, you pull out the TAC 50, you shoot somebody, and then you move on, you switch over to your shotgun or your pistol and you run around, and then 45 seconds later you pull out your TAC 50 again and shoot somebody. Now that TAC 50 will have that aggressive recon buff on its second shot, right? But my point is the first round out of the TAC 50 buffs it. The second round is the strongest shot out of this thing. So let's go take a look at what this is hitting at. Just what do I want here? Probably just headshot damage. Keep it simple. And then the backpack has headshot damage already, and the chest does too. Okay, cool. So here we go. Yeah, MJ, that sounds pretty cool. I don't know, you know, it'd be really interesting. So I would probably look at the weapons that really need it, the extra mag. And the Eagle Bearer could be one of them. The problem is, here's the thing about extra mags, right? Is that what if you reload? Did you need that extra mag? What if you reload? You know what I mean? Then your whole build gets junked, right? And so you'd have to force yourself not to reload, but there's so many times where you got nothing else to do but reload. So really think about the weapons that could actually use that extra ammo, like the capacitor, right? Capacitor's got a 40 round mag. There's a lot of them. The FAL, right? The FAL's got a small mag. Great weapon too. So one of the other ones is the Lady Death. The Backfire, right? Where you get hurt if you reload. So you minimize the damage. So I would look for those weapons. So it all comes down to the weapon, not the idea of the extra mags, you know. But I know that you're probably going to start seeing build videos out there where people are talking about largest builds and largest mag builds in the game. But I just, you know, I think it'd be a good idea to start to think, well, you know, well, what happens if you reload? You know, is the build any good when you rather just have the damage? Because you reload all the time in this game. I reload all the time. All right, so here is this TAC 50. So look at the one. Notice the first shot, right? And so are we on the invulnerable? Yeah. So the first shot is 8 million, and now the second shot should be stronger. 10 million. Good. So 10 million is basically a kill shot in this game. If you're running solo heroic, it's going to change for every ally you bring into your gameplay. Okay, but if you're running solo, which I do a lot, that 10 million is basically what I'm looking for to get that kill shot. So after that, it's always going to be 10 million. You see that? It's always going to be 10 million. So once you get your kill shot, then you can switch to whatever other weapon, and now you're chain killing everything. But let's take a quick look. Here's a good question. Which weapon is stronger, the TAC 50 or the Nemesis, right? So the TAC 50 is 2.1 million base damage, and my Nemesis is 1.8 million base weapon damage. Now, I haven't gotten the expertise of my Nemesis, but I need to. I've been planning on it, actually. So there's a little bit of weapon damage here, but not much. That's 2.1 million, mind you, with 1.7 million armor. So we're missing all those red cores, and it's still over 2 million. So, but that's not all. That's not all. Let's take a look at, let me put this in the primary. Let's take a look at your stats. Okay, so this is the Nemesis, 271% headshot damage. Nemesis, okay? 271 headshot damage. Let's go to the TAC 50. 300. So the TAC 50 not only has a higher base weapon damage than the Nemesis, but it has 30% more headshot damage than the Nemesis. So think about that. You know, this TAC 50 is a better weapon. Also, this is what I want to notice you. So I want you to notice. Look how stable this is, right? Wait, first of all, which weapon do I have? Okay, that's the Nemesis. So look how stable this weapon is. But notice a little bit of a sway, right? It's not bad. It's not bad. And that sharpshooter is helping that. Okay, so sharpshooter is helping that. Without sharpshooter, it gets a little more rough. So that's not my thumb. That's just free floating right there, right? So let's switch over. Might be hard to tell with sharpshooter. But notice I'm not as zoomed in. The sway is about the same. It's a little hard to tell about the sway right now because I'm running sharpshooter, but that's more zoomed in, you see? And so why is that important? Well, because we're gonna be point blanking, guys. So let me switch back to the Nemesis. Look how close close inside I am, right? And so the TAC 50 is gonna be easier to point blank because you're not as zoomed in, right? So that means you can get closer because when you got the Nemesis, you know, you're gonna be this close, right? And just the slightest movement is like a big move. Now with the TAC 50, it's a little easier. So you'll see that in the game demo. So, okay, so from here, so basically the mechanics are to riot foam, whip out your TAC 50, shoot them in the head, and then continue forward with whatever weapon you have. And so that's a question that I'm not quite sure on right now, is like, what's that other weapon? I don't really want it to be a sniper. You know, like, we can use the SVD. We can also use the White Death with no scope. But I was thinking, like, one of these shotguns could be cool, too, right? It's got to be a strong shotgun, and maybe I don't have them all here. So it's just that one. If I don't have them all, because this one's, the talent is stuck on pummel. Oh, here we go. Perfect. So let's use this one as an alt. So basically, once we get the TAC 50, then we might be able to go around and one-shot everybody with the head with this. Now, if you miss, it sucks. But what I want to do is, the reason why the rifle might be better is because the rifle is a lot easier to land those shots. So we're going to bring that one along for me. And so the one, sometimes what can happen with the shotgun is you can kind of clip the enemy. Also, the reload situation is worse, so that's 2.5 seconds. Well, it's about the same. It's about the same. That's 2.7. This rifle is 2.5, so it's about the same. So let's try this. So, but I'm not going to use pummel, even though I love pummel. And the reason why is because the build doesn't have any like armor on kill, right? So we need to have like preservation on here, so that we can get some sort of armor on kill, and that's going to come after the gun. And so pummel gives us 20% armor on kill if we continue to land headshots, which that's what we're going to do. And as you can see, I'm loading it up with basically stability and reload speed. That should all be there. Good, good, good. So really cool shotgun, M870 preservation. I also use the KSG shotgun a lot for this exercise, but this one's got a little better handling. So okay, and then I'll take off the Nemesis for now, and then what do I want? Yeah, you know what? I'll hold on to the White Death, and then I'll go ahead and use this in case this will be my long range. Oh, that's annoying that it does that. It's not letting me use the best scope, even though I've got sharpshooter because I got to mark rifles. So, oh, I hate that. See that? It's locked, so you gotta spec into this, which means I'd have to despec one of these. It's so annoying. But we're gonna be using all of our weapons, so you know, so fine. I'll just have a weaker White Death. That's fine. So we'll go ahead and put that, keep that scope on. That's fine. But and you have to like log out and log back in to get the scope when you change over. It's just really stupid. Okay, so then we got accuracy down here, and then we got reload speed there, so that's fine. And then for the pistol, we can use the Regulus to blow things up. But I really don't want to focus on the Regulus too much because I'm not going to get any armor back. And that's going to help us kind of like move a lot, right? Move a lot. Now I'm going to drop some of my armor cores now. Okay, so let's drop some armor cores in. That's not going to change. That's not going to change our damage output when I move them over to a skill tier. But what that's going to do is power up our riot foam, so we have more canisters, and so the more canisters we have, the more ridiculous one shots we'll be able to do. No, with the TAC 50, and so and why do we have the riot foam? Is it just to show off with the TAC 50? It's really not, actually. It's also a huge adjustment to the survivability. Huge adjustment. Yeah, Just GB, the Hunter's Fury with White Death is amazing. We ran it all last week already, so this is a variation to that. We've already done the Hunter's Fury, so don't ask. Don't ask. I'm just kidding.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
So that's and that again, I already showed that build, and if you weren't part of those streams, we switched over out of the White Death into the rifle, the 1886, and that's because the 1886 is easier for people to go no scope on, and so that's the only reason. But the White Death is stronger. It's got a stronger base weapon damage, and it has that 137% headshot damage, so it's insanely stronger. So there's no doubt. There's no doubt. But I totally recommend the Hunter's Fury version of this too. It's going to be really fun. So I want to see if this one could be as strong or stronger. So we're at 1.3 million armor. Let's actually put on one more red core and then see if we like that. And then if not, then we'll switch back. Actually, let me see if I already have that as a red. I do. So we'll just swap that over. Cool. So cool. That should be good. So 3 yellow cores. That might even be too much, but that gives us 5 ammo. Okay, 5 ammo. And remember, the Hunter's... I got to say, we're going to try the Tip of Spear backpack. We will try that. Okay, so we're going to try this Tip of Spear backpack, which is going to give us additional damage, I guess, right? Increased damage by 20% and doubles the amount of signature weapon ammo. So that's actually a really good backpack, I got to say. It's pretty darn good. And it's got status effects on it, which is kind of nice. So it's going to make that riot foam hold. The catch is that there's a lot of survivability that comes from the memento. I mean, we're getting to 3% regen, but we're kind of moving too fast for a lot of that regen to even matter. Because we're one-shot killing, and we're getting to 20% armor on kill here. But it's the skill tiers, right? So we're going to get... It's a skill tier that it brings, and then the skill efficiency. And then we're also getting a red core. So, but the skill efficiency is going to help our cooldown so that we never basically run out of this. So let's just hold here for a sec. Let's just let this be our starter build. Starter build. Let's go run this. We got SMGs, 511. How much gear do I got in my bag, actually? I'm all right. Okay. So this is my testing grounds over here, so that's why I look. So we got Hunter's Fury. Look, Tip of Spear. Huh. So we'll go farm that in a little bit too. I could use more backpacks. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of Tip of Spears, but with these one shot, with the TAC, it's the TAC 50 that's really making it, just so you know. The TAC 50 is amazing of a weapon. I feel like it's the best special weapon that they gave us. I do like the flamethrower as well, but everything else to me is kind of crap. And the crossbow does work great on chungas, so there's that. But yeah, I think all the variations in the M870, I think they're actually it's the stability on the weapon that changes, but it's been a while since I looked at it. Stability, accuracy, but everything else is the same. And then this one's got both skins, so sometimes the variations won't accept the skin, sometimes they will. Oh, so I got new sound effects that we're gonna be playing, so I'm sure you caught the...
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
That's our friend Les. That's our friend Les. I'm working on a new soundboard for streams.
You
and then we got...
a simple chap.
we've been a big fan of Simple Jack around here lately. It came up in a live stream the other day. We were just horsing around and we were like, Simple Jack. It just kind of came up and like,
You are Simple Jack.
and so, you know, like the NPCs and whatever. It's a funny one. And then that's from Larva. That's a Larva scream. I don't know if you guys know Larva, but it's like an animated series on Netflix, and my little girls watch it, and there's no words in it. There's no words in it. It's one of those like silent animations, and super funny. And one of these larvae, I assume they're both males, but one of them screams like a girl, and it's just the funniest scream, and that's what it is. I like that one. So basically, that's going to be me running away from my life, I assume. So we'll see how it comes in. All right, let's get up there and get crazy. Let's go risk our necks for the good of the game. So it is Thursday, and just 2 days on September 10th, we got the big Ubisoft Forward event where we're expecting news, right? We're expecting news on the Division 2, and they forgot to mention that in a lot of things, but we're expecting news. So I got my TAC 50 here. We got plenty of ammo. So we got 6 plus 2 here, and damn. So I will be hosting that. So look out for that content. Excited for it. I'm hoping that we get some big announcements. Are they going to announce Division 3? Are they going to announce... sorry, I got to remember how to do this. But this is basically the idea. So remember, the first shot's not the strongest. The second one is, and then from there, you're switching over to your other weapon. And voila. And the rifle is to save your ass, because watch this. Let's kill this guy first. Okay, the shotgun might not be our best bet. So that's a variable. Okay, let me break that. Let's switch that, because we didn't get our kill off of that shotgun. It's kind of hard. If you don't get things lined up. Let me switch over to the rifle real quick. But these guns are, I mean, you can't hold on to the TAC 50 too much, because these are survivability. Unfortunately, unless you can play from cover, and then if you are, then, you know, whatever. But the tip of spear doesn't add anything like armor on kill or whatever, you know? That sucks. That's one of the fixes I think they need to bring to it, you know? I think that's one of the benefits a build set can create is its well-roundedness, and you know what I mean? And like, God, that's bullshit that just happened. She just ran through that. One of them is like Heartbreaker, right? It's got a survivability element to it. And I think we want to kind of encourage a little bit more of that from the devs. You know, give us some stuff that helps us survive, God damn it, right? So let's see here. Let's see how much we hit her for. Okay, yeah, so 12 million. So that's a kill shot. That's a power. So the shotgun, you know, could be hit or miss depending on how many of those pellets you land, right? Like we've always known that about the shotgun, so. You got a lot of time here, except for the other guy that just ran out that door. Where'd he go? The other downside is, like, do I have animations on right now? Do I? It's hard to tell, but that's the downside. Like, see how slow you are when you switch your weapon? That's... Sorry, I gotta remember how to do my mechanics, apparently. So I'm a little slow myself. But there is a little slowness out there, right? in the weapon. And the thing is, I guess what I'm trying to say is like I think I have my mechanics turned off. I mean my animation, you know, and it's still slow. It's still slow. It doesn't really fix that. Maybe by a microsecond. Jesus, guy, stand still. Let's try to get our trophies up, because it would be cool to stick with the TAC 50 if we have them more ammo. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, because the bonus armor might be helping us. So let's pull out our TAC 50. So remember, the one thing is that like the special weapons aren't as effective on special unnamed bosses. So that's where the White Death might come in, or even the Nemesis. Actually, let's fix that. So that's where the Nemesis might come back. I'm gonna go ahead and put on the D50 here. And so that's the one, I meant to say that in the testing range. So that's the one thing that the Nemesis brings. Even though it's weaker than the TAC 50, it's not less effective against named bosses. And it says that, right? On your special weapon, it says, this gun is not so cool on bosses. And so that might be a reason to carry around the Nemesis with you still. And you can still one shot with the Nemesis. I'll show you here. So the right foam is to cut the bullshit. This fucking, oh, they killed her. Never mind. Brassy, that's a good question. The perfect blend with Wyvern. I mean, I guess you would be, if you wanted to be damaged, there's not much else out there, right? I mean, Fenris, I guess, to balance it out, go to your weapon, or if you're running, are you gonna run crits? Hello. Let's check on my animations real quick. Let's see if I have my animations turned on. Oh wait, there's an unsuspecting enemy. You. Okay, so now I'm gonna use a Nemesis. So here's a Nemesis. 18 million. But what we want to look at here is my settings. And then I think is it UI, audio controls, graphics controls? Let's see here. Shouldn't be controls, but graphics. Gameplay. Menu, strobe effects. Okay. So enable signature weapon swap effect. See, it's on no. It's on no. And there's still a little bit of a lag to it. Why would they do that to us? I mean, they're really discouraging the use of special weapons by doing that. You know what I mean? And it's not. And it's the annoying part is that it's not just your special weapon. It's also your. It makes it happen on skills too, right? Over here, buddy. Kill this guy. He's fucking in my face. Get out of here before I die. You're coming for me. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to remember how to do my fucking double swap. There it is. Okay. But so my point is this, like, so if you got the TAC 50 in your hand, all right, and then you swap to your riot foam, that swap to riot foam is also slow. And that's what I mean by frustrating. Because it's like, it's not just affecting that weapon, it's affecting skills too. Oh, damn it. Fuck you guys. How's that gameplay sound, guys? And so remember, you want to use your TAC 50 ammo though, so 20 million right there. Now with the boss, I'll have to try to remember to have my nemesis. So that means you're gonna want to plan for it, right? By taking out 2 of his friends, like this guy. Swap over to this, and we'll say, "Hey you, over here." Swap out of it, right from this guy before he goes running to a different neighborhood. Now let's go find ourselves a boss. Oh, still got a friend. See, the rifle is basically on track. Okay. And then my rifle is better than yours. Oops. No, we want to go to Nemesis. If I can figure out how. That was a bad shot or what? We should be like, we should have one shot killed that fool. How was that not a headshot? It looked like a headshot. There it is. We should have one-shotted him. So I don't know what happened, but 19 million on that shot. Mank the Yank has joined us. We got all the goodies here. We got Mank the Yank, Just GB, El Rukin, Oopskis, whose name I just like to say over and over. Oopskis. JR Rhodes, Tony Gunks, Matt, Lord Clint. Lord Kent. Is this not a memorial for Queen Elizabeth II? He says. Funny man. You funny man. Yeah, Timothy, I'm going to try. So Timothy's suggesting we try this special ammo. Sorry about that. That we special ammo additional backpack dealio. What chest would we? What would we replace? What would we put in its place? You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm tempted. It's not. It's gonna give us 20%. Let's see, dealing damage with signature weapon increases total weapon damage. So we like that total number there. But is this not now already stronger? Because I realize it's not total weapon damage, but we got 30% weapon damage versus, you know, that's always there. And this has given us 20% total versus 30% weapon damage. I realize the total is better, but 30%, you know? We're already one-shotting everything, basically. And then we lose regen and all the other stuff. We don't got a lot of survivability like the Hunter's Fury version does. So, you know, we're going to try it anyways, but these are questions. These are the questions, you know? But I do want to try it because, you know, it's a good opportunity to use that backpack and we never have that opportunity. So let's go run this one more time. But I do think that, like, one of the benefits, just I guess thinking through it, it would be like we could, it might allow us to hold on to our TAC 50 longer since we're getting more ammo, like before we swap away from it. The problem is that, like I said, is that the TAC 50, when we use our riot foam, the TAC 50 makes the riot foam slower. You know what I'm saying? So let's put on that TAC 50 real quick. And so when I use a riot foam, watch how slow it goes. Hold on, give me a minute. Here I am. You know what I mean? Hold on, give me a minute. Here I am. And so it's that's the part where it's like, well, we really don't want to overuse the TAC 50. We want to use it as much as we have to, you know. But one of the ways you can play with this too, I want to recommend say to everybody, is that you could start off from afar, right, and then kind of like make yourself some trophies. Look at this. See that? All I wanted to do was throw my decoy, and it's like takes an hour. But get some trophies out in the field, and then go. Then get out there and start running. You know. That's a way to build up survivability for you. You just have extra trophies laying around that you don't need because we're full. Pick off these guys. What? Oh my god. That was my bad. It's my bad because I shouldn't have hung out. I was out of cover to pick off that shot. So now we have no trophies. God damn it. Yeah, Mad Greek, we ran through the whole Future Perfect thing. Now, I don't recommend it on this build, but on the, and I'll tell you why, but on the Hunter's Fury, it was pretty cool, actually. It's just that there's nothing stronger than the Memento trophy thing. Again, back to that, I know. And so Future Perfect wasn't making as much of a difference as the Memento was. But also one of the things, one of the worst things about Future Perfect is that, you know, you get those stacks and they're actually pretty easy to maintain. So it's really easy because you're one shot and everything. So future stacks are like golden. They're easy, right? And so the problem is that when one drops off, it's unexpected. And all of a sudden, you know, you'll lose one and maybe two and maybe three. They just start falling off really fast, right? And you might be like in a vulnerable position when they start falling off like that. And then you look down and you're like, holy shit, I got no riot foam. All my future stacks went away, you know? 41 million right there. And so, and there were really times where that would happen. There were really times where that would happen where I'd be out in the open and I'd look down and I'd be like, man, I thought I just had like 6 riot foams. Now I got like 1 or none, you know? And you have to use them. But the cool thing about the riot foam is that it cuts down a lot of your annoyances. You know, like, so it's really important. Like these guys shooting riot foam at you, you shoot riot foam at them faster, right? The guys that do cartwheels, that like do cartwheels all day and get you to miss a bunch of shots and then you end up dying because they're fucking cartwheeling. I mean, come on. Right? And so the other reason why we can't do it is because the gun that we're using is the only thing that's bringing our survivability. And so if we lose it to riot foam, we'd have to find another place for it. And I'm not sure we have the slots. We can't run gunner. We'd lose the TAC 50, which is the sort of build is being built on. Oops. Okay. Come on, switch. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Let me get my fucking riot foam on. Hold on, I'm trying to fucking... Come on, fuck. That's an instance where that slow animation literally almost got me killed. So we really got to figure that out. So part of it's like, was my fault because sometimes I don't switch to the right weapon and I'll switch to, I switch to the Nemesis or whatever. And that can be painful on some of these. There we go. And don't worry about running out of ammo. It shouldn't happen. We just ran out of it, but I used it a lot. In that one instance where, okay, so here we go, boss. So Nemesis, one shot. Said only 10 million, but that didn't seem right to me, but it's possible. You see what I'm saying? Like we're only continuing on because of preservation. If I didn't have preservation, I would have had to sit there and wait for my regen to kick in, and that would have taken forever. So I want to work on this one, but on the Hunter's Fury, it is an option. It comes down to preference. And I ended up going for preservation on that one too, which is kind of crazy because god, I forgot about that. Because we already have 20% armor on kill. And so do you really need another 20? Not necessarily, but it helps. So one thing I wanted to warn you about is that you got to be careful about the riot foam. I forgot about that detail. But The riot foam can transfer your headhunter stacks. It's technically a glitch, but it's so you really don't want to hit them with your riot foam. You don't want to mark their bodies with it unless you don't have it. Oops, we want to go with this one actually. I want to do this one. Did I miss you? I don't know. I wasted too much time apparently. Really? So that's what happens when you use when you go for the feed. They can have a better chance of rolling out of it. But if again, it's just a glitch. If you hit their body, you're gonna lose it, and you don't want to lose it to your riot foam. You want to be able to continue to use it over and over and over. There's a medic out there getting everybody up. So I want to stick him, and the reason why is because we need to recharge our tip of spear. So go ahead and hold him still to do that. So remember, you don't have to, so if you don't want to, you pick these guys off at range. Oh, that guy's gonna be nasty. I'm gonna waste my thing on him. Let's do it. That helmet, there it is. So should be his helmet broken? Yeah, okay, good. Let's go charge up. There. Double shot. Woo! Yeah, boy. You see that? Check it out. So we hit that boss. So that's what's special about the TAC 50s. You can line up their heads like that. I'm not that good at doing it, by the way, so it was just a great opportunity. I saw it coming, though. So 2 headshots kills. So that was 20 million stacking on each other. Or 10 million stacking on each other. So... okay, so... all right, let's go switch to our nemesis. Right from the El Jefe here. Charge up on his head to see how many shots he has. He's pretty tanky, so. 21 million there, wow. He's a big, strong boss. Okay, so that's 30 million on that guy. He's strong. It might be less than that, but that's how much we put in. He might be, but he's definitely over 20. What's up, Bomba Heels? Bam! I don't know that build, but it sounds cool, San Lorenzo. Just the name of it. Sold. He says, I always wondered how does Tip of the Spear and Ace's 8s compare to Hunter's Faith and Deadeye from Division 1. Tell me about those. What's that about? The deflector uses your headhunter stacks too, huh? I didn't realize that. Yeah, it is. So that is one kind of annoying thing you just got to mention on this build. You just really, there are times where like they'll be behind cover and all you can see is their torso, and you're like, man, I could hit him in the torso with the rifle, but then I'm gonna lose all my fucking headshot stacks. The good thing is you got the TAC 50, so you can get it back pretty quickly. You know, that's sort of the whole point of all of this. And I'm doing the point blanking thing, just, you know, just to show that you can. But like the reality is, the point of the TAC 50 is just to buff your time to ramp up headhunter. So instead of, normally it takes like 2 or 3 shots to get your headhunter, kill shots to get your headhunter procced. The TAC 50 just ramps that up to a single shot. Cater, bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour. We need a bed called Deadeye. We need a set called Deadeye. It's a cool, the name. Do you ever think they're gonna? Do you ever think they're gonna shut it down? What up, Josh? Do you ever think they're gonna shut that game down? I mean, we're getting so far from that game, you know. It's weird, right? Because like they have a hard time servicing Division 2, but I mean that game, I don't know. How's it doing with its glitches and shit? Anybody know? Forgot to do that first. Okay, let's go back to this. God, it takes so long to get that fucking weapon swap. That killed me. Again, that's twice that's happened. That was literally the weapon swapping. Like, why isn't he shooting? I was swapping out to the rifle. And it's just like, that's a kill. So we just don't want to do that. You just don't want to do that. If you're in a crunch like that, then we just have to avoid that. That sucks. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me try, let's try that backpack and see if we like that better. So tipper speed, I don't mind status effects actually. That's kind of nice. So what else would we run though? I mean, would we really run the punch drunk mask, contractors for damage to armor? Would we be better off with Golan on a headshot Golan piece? Is there anything that could benefit our heals? What about death grips? And get armor on kill. Let's try that. That could be something that that could be helpful to our survivability. You know? And then I am going to keep the headshot damage there. But once we kind of figure out how we're going to go, that might change the skill haste. So how are we? 3, 2, 1. So we only got 3 ammo there, but okay. We need at least a little bit of armor because we are out of cover. Oh, right on, Joshua. I remember. And we were like, I remember that answer too. That was just a couple of days ago. Welcome back, man. I'm glad you bought it. Big announcements coming on Saturday as well, on the 10th. See what to look forward to in the Division universe. Yeah, we have fun with it. A Golan piece could also be an option, right? If we feel like we got enough damage, you could do that. Even a creeping death, right? Creeping death. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. So one of the mechanics that we just got to remember about this is that if we're getting crunched, then don't try to switch to your riot foam when you have the TAC 50 in your hand. It's okay to do that, but not when you're like under pressure. Dum 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 dum. So, but you have to whip out your TAC 50 to get your perk, right? So there's a perk. So now I can roll out of it and play more freely. And so we just put on the backpack, which is giving us additional damage, which we like, but do we need it? I don't know. And the reason why I asked that is because look at our headhunter thing, right? We're full. And like I said, you know, if we're over that 10 million mark, like we are, we don't need these trophies, they don't work. We don't got any regen kicking in, so that would be helping right here. Just calling out the differences. And you will see that I will have a hard time. Sometimes I'll go looking for my trophies and I'll be like, wait, where's my trophies? That's how much I use a memento. Okay, so we ran out of right foam. That's what we don't want to happen, because then they go running around like crazy. So let's kick off the TAC 50. There's a lot of ammo. There's more ammo than we could deal. You see there's ammo laying on the ground and shit. But we might be able to use it in a way like, well, maybe that allows us to, this would be the smarter move, roll another skill tier, right? So if the TAC 50, if the backpack has given us more. Okay, so we want this one now, right? Except I missed. We don't have any more rifles, so again, might get us killed. Yep. So that's, if we're gonna use a backpack, we need a skill tier. Let's go put it on. Lots of cheaters in the Division 1, huh? I saw a clip the other day of somebody playing it, and I don't know if it was a new clip or an old clip, but the armor bars were so like squishy looking. You know what I mean? Like they were just like, it looked like you barely had any armor. Okay, so you see what I'm saying? So this is how, so I think like if you're gonna run the backpack, it gives you 20% weapon damage, additional weapon damage to the signature weapon damage. So that tells me that we're gonna most likely one-shot everything when we whip it out, which is fine. And it doubles the amount of weapon damage there. So, okay, so I'm thinking like another skill tier. If we ran this backpack, does that mean we... Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking about the... I think we get rid of one of the armor cores, the weapon damage cores. And then if we do that, maybe there's something better... where do I fucking have a core to change? We don't. Maybe we get rid of the 5. Actually, I can run on this other tip of spear here. Good. And then we'll put... I'm wondering if there's something smarter to put on for the... That would help the riot foam more, right? Give us another yellow core. Like turn this... Maybe get rid, like, instead of the death grips. Is there something smarter here? I mean, we could run a walker with a yellow core. Something like that, actually, right? Like, is that better? I mean, not the skill damage. Obviously, I changed that, but it'll give us another yellow core. So now we're up to 3. We're down on armor. Yeah, I was using Aussie Tiger. The Regulus actually makes a lot of sense. The reason why I don't is because the build doesn't have a lot of survivability. So there's no armor on kill or regen now, right? So if I use the Regulus, it just gets worse. Now it'll still work. Of course it will, you know, just kill everybody, but you are taking damage. The reality is you are gonna take damage, and so, and then that's fine. You're just gonna have to armor kit it up, you know. It does play out better. The Regulus plays out better with Hunter's Fury as the set because you're getting your 20% armor on kill at least. Even if you're not getting it from the gun, you're at least getting it down there. But the only thing that's allowing us to play out of cover is the switching to the other weapon thing, you know, for preservation. Unless we turn these into 2-piece Bellstone. And that's a possibility, so let's do that. And so I'm trying to find ways to make use of that extra damage coming off the backpack, and that might be the way to go. You know, roll defense onto the chest. I should have something that works. There's that one. It's one of them at least. It's not very good rolls, but it should do the job. So what we'll do is roll this. Yeah, but the Regulus works as, the other thing I want to say is that some people are just like, if you're fast enough, then yeah, you don't have to worry about it. You just keep blowing everybody up and keep going, right? Keep going, keep going, keep going. And just to keep in mind that 2-piece Bellstone is basically the same thing as a 1-piece 511. So, but what I'm trying to get here is, which I think I'll be able to figure out here. Okay, this should work. So I'll put on the right talent on the chest, and then if I can get, actually, I want this glove to be all like yellow red. Should have those, actually. Let's see here. No, Josh, doesn't. You need to, yeah, dump it. Sub level 40 is just garbage. Just dump it. And you got 2 libraries. You got a level 40 library and you got a level 30 library. So feeding it into the library is temporarily helpful. Yeah, good call. 2's golden for status regen. That's another way to go too. Let me see what I have here without changing characters. There it is. That's the piece I was looking for. See that? Because it allows me to change the core to a yellow or a blue. The regen's only gonna be a little bit helpful. We're kind of going too fast for regen. There are times when it would help. But 1% isn't gonna be that helpful. Okay, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There we go. Wham. And then this one's gonna be stuck with the armor core. So what I'm thinking is like turning that into a yellow, and then we can keep that blue. And then we'll have our 1.1 million armor. And then let's see if the chest, that backpack is strong enough to manage this configuration. If it is, that'd make the backpack interesting. And then this would be a really strange piece. Like, it's got a skill tier, weapon handling, and headshot damage. We don't need the weapon handling, keep in mind. Actually, that's a good point. Those weapon handlings might be better off as status effects or skill haste. Probably skill haste, actually. You don't need much status effects as you would as you do skill haste. But I'm just gonna keep it headshot damage for now. And that's because you're one-shotting them, so you don't really need them to stand there forever. You 9-10 seconds that they have, so they're 9.2 seconds. That's plenty of time to one-shot most of these guys. The only thing is it's the TAC 50 animation that's... Let's see what our... that's the pain point. Actually, I don't want him vulnerable, do I? But let's just see what it's hitting at. So we just got this stronger. So the first hit is 8.6. Okay, the second one is 10.3. So we actually, okay, it's not a big game, but remember we changed things around. So, right, there's only one red core, so keep that in mind. So 10, but that's enough to one shot kill on the second shot. So again, the first one's the buff, and then everything after that is gonna be kill shot. That's without the stacks, okay? That's without the stacks. So now let's look at the stacks. I'll go ahead and put on just regular elite. So can we one shot a regular elite with the buff? Yes. And then we're gonna buff from there, 20 million. And 30 million plus. And then when you switch to the rifle, which is gonna happen, it'll be like, should be about, if we're 16, we're really happy. 9, so we're not. So we're not really happy. Okay, good. Okay, do you understand why what just happened? Let's see if we can even run this build. Okay, it's that this buff is only for the signature weapon, right? And then so we adjusted all the damage down because we're like, well, our signature weapon's gonna be strong enough to proc this. But what then needs to happen is when we switch out of our special weapon, this needs to continue it. So let's try that again. We need to, the next shot needs to be a kill shot with this thing. So let's, well, we just lost the whole buff. Okay, the icon went away, so I don't even know if I have it. We should. Okay, and it's just a little shy. You see that? A little shy, which means you're gonna pull the TAC 50 again, and then you have to, you know, charge it up, right? Now it's charged. Let's look. Look at that. Just a little bit. So something's got to give there, right? Something's got to give. Might have to lose the bell stones. Yeah. Okay, that's probably what I would do. And then look at something. Like if we just put back, see, the Araldi wouldn't help. A Walker could. Or a Grupo. I mean, the Foxes. Let's do that. Okay, putting on tip of spear, gloves, and go. And then we'll put on the Foxes. So put on these red Foxes here. Okay, so that's probably more than enough damage to do what we need to do. So let's do this. Actually, let me clear this real quick. So now we're one-shotting him. Okay, that's good to know. So that picked up our damage a lot, actually. Let's go to this now. Okay, we need to continue this chain shot kill. And it does it at 11-something million. So there it is. That's the right combo. And then we could change this down to like status effects. We don't need any more headshot damage. So we could do status effects there. We could change this. We don't need the armor regen. So if I put on like chain killer here, okay, then do I have one without weapon handling actually? Actually, this one would be interesting. So I'm gonna put some skill haste on this bad boy. But I should have a chain killer that doesn't have weapon that I can swap the weapon handling on. If I can do that, then because we don't need the weapon handling, so Not the way we're playing. We're pretty close up. I mean, weapon handling does help because it still helps with reloads and weapon swapping time. But I'm not sure anything could bypass. There we go. That one. With the skill haste, it's already got it, so perfect. So Walker's skill haste. Wherever it went, fuck. There it is. Okay, so we got some skill haste there. And then what I'm gonna do is actually put headshot damage on the knees, and then that'll allow the mods to be flexible for skill haste. So I'll put knees into headshot damage. The backpack is a red core, but we don't need status effects, so I am thinking about changing that to maybe skill haste instead. Actually, I'd rather have my chems, my riot foam keep coming back than lasting longer. Morning, Brian. Div has joined us. Yay! Crazy tip of spirit build. That's what we're working on today. And so I'm gonna go ahead and put headshot damage on here now. We're gonna get a feel for it, and then we're gonna start backing out those headshots mods, okay, and putting for skill haste. But we know we're one-shotting here, and so actually this, we got no blues, but this is gonna be really strong. And the build that we just tested on, we had a Bellstone blue chest piece, and we just added more weapon damage. So we got more weapon damage than we can handle, but I don't have a better chest piece unless, you know what I mean? Unless we went to something like that. We might have to. I mean, if I'm really fast, it's okay, but you just take some damage and, you know, we need some sort of protection. Let me go to this one. We're gonna lose the skill haste mod there, but oh, well, I mean the attribute, but I'll go ahead and put that mod in its place. There we go. There we go. Okay, so 2 reds, 3 yellow, 1 blue. All right, and then let's see, that gives us 5 ammo. That's a lot. And then we got the cooldown, ammo cooldown 22 seconds. So let's see how that does. Bear Essentials has joined us. What up, Bear? Good to see you, man. Good to see you back. You still playing? Hey, Brian, yeah, man, like they said, you should definitely hit us up on Discord. I really invite everybody to join us on Discord. It's a good place to meet other players and to learn things, though, especially. I think I like, especially if you're a new player. You know, we got build channels, and you can ask your questions there, right? And get some really helpful responses pretty quickly, too. I would say all the people on Discord are really quick to get back to you on build topics, especially. But we have Xbox, PlayStation, and PC looking for group channels, raid channels. And what's unique about our Discord is that it's not raid exclusive. We're not elitists, raid elitists, and we're not clan exclusive Discord. We're more of a community Discord. And I feel like one of the central themes is probably build enthusiasts. But one of the things I'm trying to shape our Discord into is just to be in a safe place for the community to come and share their thoughts about the game and get better at the game and have fun and, you know, kind of integrate this game into their lifestyle. And that's what the Discord's about, right? Making this game part of their lifestyle. And so like when you're at work or at school or whatever it is you do when you're not online, and then to be able to come here and, oh, actually, first you got to start here. You don't want to be on your gun when you're Use your right phone, because it's as slow as F. Oh, too much damage. Jesus Christ! Anyway, so yeah, I've been having that talk lately. I don't know. The stream is good. It might just be you, because I mean everybody on Twitch is here. Hey, everybody on Twitch. So I don't know what you mean. They're chatting. Everybody on Twitch still alive? Can't get a pulse check on Twitch. Somebody's saying that they can't get in and saying the stream is dead. But we're not online, I guess. Yep, they're all responding. Thanks for responding, guys. Appreciate that. Sorry about that. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, so like one of the things, like one of my big focuses and one of the most important things is like dropping the egos. Is kind of like this mantra I'm marching around with lately on my live streams, but also I'm trying to figure out how to get this into Discord and like drop the egos, because it's just like, you know, like we get a lot of discontention. Not everybody has to agree on things, and that's fine. Just, you know, it's not about that, but it's usually the egos that get in the way from a healthy discussion. You know what I mean? Somebody's ego is, wow, this build's working. Somebody just has to be right? Oops. And it's their ego that makes them have to be right? It's just like, and there's no room for error, right? There's just like no 1% chance for error. It's just like, there's no room. I'm 100% right. And because my friend, I have a friend and he knows everything about this game, and he told me. You know what I mean? It's just like, and a lot of these people haven't even, yeah, this build is working. Haven't even tested it out for themselves officially, you know what I mean? And we talk about that, like about the meta and the non-meta and stuff. And it's not about like this abstract, crazy thinking. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm like, but like you guys, like I don't have to be right about anything that I say, you know? And it's, I'm open to you guys' thoughts, and, you know, and sometimes I come into these streams with an opinion formulated, but you know, and sometimes I am right for the day and I have to be right today, and I have to go home and or get off the stream and then kind of think about it. This guy is still here? What the fuck? He's been there for like an hour. What are you doing? Oh, he disappeared now. Jesus H. But, and so it's not for me as much as it is for the community. That's what I want out of the Discord, I guess is what I'm saying, is like a place where people can have healthy discussions and be heard. You know what I mean? Their opinions be heard. And it sucks, like, if you don't feel like you're being respected, like you're heard, I mean, right? And that happens a lot for this community, right? And that's a lot of it because people just feel like that they come in with their mind already set, and it's not really, they're not willing to listen to somebody else, really, because it's just like they're just right. They're already right, you know? I don't know how to describe it, but I hope that we can have a forum, like within, you know, the Discord, be that platform that's allowing us to explore the possibilities of like, hey, what if there's another way? What if that meta really isn't the meta? What if there's no such thing as a meta? What if you ran the same build over and over and you found out that you can run a different build and get the same results? How would that affect your life? Right? And I think it would affect it in major ways if that was your truth, right? And if somebody helped you open your mind to that truth in Discord, right? Like, hey, you should, like, I know you think that's, and I know why you think that's the meta, but try this, you know, let me break it down in a very simple test and go explore on your own. You know, but run that meta build and then go run your favorite build and do, you know, clear the same content across an hour or 2 hours or whatever, and see if one performs better than the other, really. And maybe one does, but is it enough to justify that you have to run that build, you know. And but my point is, like, if you could change your mindset on these, like, this game, holy shit, just becomes like really fun for you, right? Really fun for you, because now you're like exploring new builds and new play styles and stuff that you never knew you'd be doing, you know? Never knew you'd be doing. So what I'm watching is my heals. So that's the build weakness, right? Is our recovery time. We're just kind of hanging out here and with low armor. And it's fine, we're surviving. Oh, I just killed him. Fuck. My right foam. Deadly right foam. And then also the trophies. And this is what we've discovered in past setups. Is that backpack, that memento, that's where it holds its value. This is technically a hybrid build with skills, right? A status effect, and the memento would be giving us a crazy amounts of skill haste. Oh, what? Just went right through that car. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So yeah, I purposely didn't use an armor kit. I obviously could have, but that's part of me testing the survivability. Oh, now there's right foam. Great. Okay, so let's attack 50 this guy in the face. So the other thing is, like, are we using all the TAC 50 ammo that we're being allotted? Problems we need to solve, but most of it's that riot foam, I would say. And then from there, it's the armor on kill situation. So those actually are not that difficult problems to solve, but it's a matter of kind of getting things to balance. How many red cores, how many blue cores, how many yellow cores, and then what pieces can we put on to break that riot foam. Got it. Where are these bad mojos? Where'd they go? So that's the attack 50 point blank. And then from there, we're chain killing. So we got the offense in a good place. Got the offense in a good place. And attack 50 is nice enough to hold on to. It's just that when you're running, you know, for more than one shot, it's just that, oh, that didn't count as a fucking headshot. That's bullshit. But what I was gonna say is that, but when you're running and gunning, you don't like that slow animation. Okay, so let's get this boss. So we're gonna want the nemesis for this. So I'll hold that. One shot with the nemesis. There it is. Yay! So the build works. The build works. There's just minor nuances to it that we might want to adjust, right? So one of them is that, you know, maybe a little bit more skill haste. That might be the fix, because there were a couple of times where we were out of riot foam, not by a lot, but like a couple of seconds. Like, okay, it'll be here in a few seconds. So maybe if we change these to skill haste. I'm not sure the headshot mods are doing much for us, right? Oh, Bear, good question. I don't think I've killed more than 2, maybe 3, you know, but I don't remember killing 3, but 2, like that multi-kill thing is like pretty fucking cool. I mean, maybe back in the day I did something accidentally and I don't remember at all. So that's all I remember. But I love that capability. I'm definitely don't play into it too much. I'm not that good at it. It's like when the opportunity presents itself. I don't use the TAC 50 enough. I think that's why. But I'm really into the TAC 50. Sadly, I don't use it enough. Oh, I forgot to look at the progressions. Can we look at that real quick? Since Bear brought it up. That's a good point. So part of this extending the stream is you guys are helping me improve my rank on the leaderboard. So my goal when this started, which was earlier this week, all right, we were at 99, and my goal for that day was to get to 89. Now we passed that. So we're at 88. So today's stream, we were trying to get to, my goal is to get 1,000 kills. Can we stream long enough to get 1,000 kills? And if so, that will put me up here. I was actually at 109, 750 or something like that. So that means 110, 700 here. So that'll break us to around 82 to 81. So my goal today is to at least get to 82. So thank you for supporting the stream and supporting me ranking up my game. So what we just did is add 20%, or technically 24% more skill haste. Does that fix the riot foam situation? And then from there, we got to look at this armor. Do we even need that armor core? And if not, then you know what goes in that armor core, right? Not damage, but a skill tier. And that would fix our armor core. And then if we do that, do we put on armor on kill mods? That would be weird. Ooh, good one, Bear, sorry. 3 kills, one with 1 bullet. That's a good record. It's hard to get him to line up like that. I think if you can get him like right at a, I'll try to remember, but like at a spawn door, right? If you stand in front of a spawn door, like right when that opens, and be like pop, if they're staggered nicely. Yeah, there's that incredible shot I see where they take out all of the warhounds on District Union Arena in the last room before you get to the boss. That's an incredible shot. Okay, so we're here. We want to take out these. Oh, what? That didn't kill him? That's weird. I guess it's kind of typical, but. Okay, so switch weapons because it's gonna get us killed here. Remember what I said? Like you don't want to be on your TAC 50 and trying to use a riot foam when you got somebody inside your little. Getting our ass kicked here. Better heal up. When you stir up the hornet's nest, you got to be fast. All right. So I'm really trying to get the worth out of the backpack, right? But at the end, like, I'm not going to force it. We're not going to force it. Like, if the backpack doesn't work, it doesn't. I mean, it's giving us 20% total damage, where the memento was giving us 30% damage, not total, and additional damage on kill every time we grab a trophy, which is helpful. There we go. Now we're talking. Gotta use that special ammo while we have it, I guess, huh? I did mention that earlier, actually, about littering the floor with your oh, well, yeah, we don't have mementos anymore. Never mind. But that is a perk of running mementos. You gotta just litter everything with your trophies and then go out there and get them later. There we go. We use everything. That's good. So one thing is, it's like, because I happen to be running the Nemesis, it's not a big deal if I run out of TAC 50, but you do need the TAC 50 to get all your build buffs, right? So how am I taking damage? Where is that person coming from? Jesus. Don't tell me it was that loser.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Policy. So even the weakest enemy, like a red guy like that, it can be a nightmare, right? Because they'll start walking sideways and you're walking backwards, and you try to shoot them, and then they like, you know, they do a cartwheel, they throw in a cartwheel. Buff is apparently out. And really, it's about time. It's in the time part isn't time to kill, because it has nothing to do with how powerful your weapon is. The time part is the focus. You take how much time is taken of your focus, right? We got a few things going on here, don't we? Really? What are you doing, weirdo? God damn, not 2 misses. That's part of why I'm trying to go point blank. Come here, dude. He didn't like that. He didn't like that. Really? Oh, we don't have our fucking buff. That sucks. Oh, really? Cartwheel through that. Twice? Twice, folks. Yeah, I don't know. My feeling is it's probably going to be the memento. You know? And that's because the benefits that the backpack is giving us, we don't really need, like the extra ammo. You don't need it just because you only once a minute is all you need it for. Because without the proc, you're weak, but if you hold on to the TAC 50 too long, you know, the slow animations will get you killed. And again, I have my animations turned off and it's slow anyways. But also you can't hold on to it because you need the armor and kill from your other weapons. So I just lost my buff. So, I mean, we'll have good runs with it. What? So we'll have good runs with it, but you know, you just as easily have bad runs with it because of the lack of survivability elsewhere by running the backpack. So let me go ahead and kill it. I don't want to waste you guys' time. Yeah, I mean, Ozzy, like, it's also, like Ozzy says, the memento is a must for getting out of trouble like that. And I don't like to use the words must, but definitely valid point. And, like, I would say that, like, for this type of playstyle that I'm trying to make a build around, which is essentially running and gunning, right, is that the memento and those trophies, the spikes and everything, you forget about the stacks, but it's the spikes of everything are really helpful because 10 seconds is a long time when it comes to something like skill haste, right? Or whatever, bonus armor, regen. So let's go and put that back on. I feel like we gave this a college try, but I just knew it in my heart, in my Creepy, creepy heart. Okay. And so, and then from here, I'm trying to remember where we were left off with it. Well, I think we had a Raldi on the chest, but we might not want that. The walker could. Well, let's just see. It's the second shot that we need to happen, right? So that's 4 yellows. That's a lot of yellows. We might be able to drop this to 3. And that's because we're going to get skill haste off of this one, right? Yeah, disconnected. I think you might be right. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be better than the cheat code. And it's, I'll tell you the one reason, right? The one reason, it's the animation. Actually, let me put this to delete. That's the one thing that, I mean, I could get it to even out, I think, you know? It's like, because the thing is it's this one thing, like it's this. Okay, so when I'm holding here, okay, and then I want to use, this is the TAC 50, right? It's TAC 50. So when you want to use the right foam, hold on, give me an hour. Okay, and then be like, oh wait, I don't need the right foam anymore. Let me go back to my. You see what I'm saying? It's like, ooh, that alone gets you killed. That's the one thing. And then if you want, and not to mention switching weapons, right? So that alone is something that you got to take into consideration. Okay, so I don't have a headshot here or anything like that. So what I want to see is it should take 2 shots. Yep, 8. Good. Cool. So we're procced. And then if I switch out, we don't have any backpack damage here, so keep that in mind. So 1, 2, ugh, almost 3. Okay, so let's put on those mods. Now it might be like that until we get a couple of mementos under our belt, and that would be acceptable. But the other build that we ran, we were, there we go. Now we one-shot it. So that was enough. We're gonna switch out, and now we're at full progress. It might not have been, and now we're doing it. That couldn't have made a difference. That couldn't have been it, right? Let me pull that off. I'm gonna let it cool off, okay? All right, I can also do that by changing a piece. So let's put on Eclipse and then put back on tip of spear. Okay, cool. So this should be 2 shots. Oh, that's a nemesis, sorry. I don't know what gun I'm on. Okay. 1. The second one's a kill one. And then from there, you're one-shotting everything, okay? So, and then like I said, that's the tip of spear functionality. First shot, buff. Second shot's a kill shot. And then once you got your buff, everything's a kill shot, right? Even without Hunter's Fury, so even without Headhunter.
You can't
okay,
be any geek
I
off
shot
the
him in the
street.
chest.
Gotta
so
be handy
no
with
hunters.
the steel, if you know what I mean.
I mean, Headhunter, so let's see. One-shotting, see that? Got some re-ups.
You can't be
Let me
any
mute that.
geek.
You see that? So it's all about the buff. It has nothing to do with Headhunter. So the TAC 50 will one-shot everything once it's buffed on this setup. So, okay, so then when we switch, are we one-shotting? Yes. So this is the right set. So for some reason it wasn't working the first time. I don't know why, but you see I backed off the headshot damage and we could do it. So I don't know if I was doing something wrong. So I'm gonna back off this headshot damage again. Okay. I need, because headshot damage doesn't help as much as you think it does. Doesn't help as much as you think that I thought that you thought that we thought that it think that it does. Trobs, it's good. Yeah, maybe not the health on kill disconnected, but yeah, the 20% armor on kill for sure too. But I think we can. I even said that about the Hunter's Fury though. Like the Hunter's Fury probably has an extra status effect, which is pretty cool. I think that's more valuable than the 20% armor on kill because I ended up running. You know, the Hunter's Fury is running the same rifle, and that put us at 40% armor on kill, like 40% armor on kill. And so it depends on the talent that you're running, I guess is my point. Like, because 20% armor on kill can be plenty. Because, I mean, getting three kills in back to back is pretty good. Plus, we got the regen, which even though it's only 3%, it's it'll fill in the gaps, I guess is the word that I want to say. But it's the status effects a Hunter's Fury gives you that buys you time to get in additional kills, right? So even if that status effect only lasts for like 3 to 5 seconds and it's somewhere in there, like that's so much time in the world of one shot, one kill, right? And then you create another status effect, and then you got another 3 and 5 seconds. So that one kill turns into 5, 6 kills like really easy with Hunter's Fury. You know, so the status effects, of course, the 20% armor on any other build, like that 20% armor on kill is like so valuable. The only thing is that, you know, I mean, I guess you can say that. Yeah, Diz, I agree with you. Like 20% armor on kill, because then that does give you the flexibility to play around with your weapon talent. I ended up going with preservation, but you didn't have to. So good point. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you. So like, because you can run future initiative or future perfect. Sorry, you could run future perfect if you wanted to on a Hunter's Fury. Where this rifle is essential, or whatever other gun you choose that can one shot, one kill, is essential because I need that preservation. I need some sort of heals on this build, you know, and I don't have to. I mean, run this. We could put on a shield and it wouldn't last very long. It'd probably get you killed more than you think because when it breaks, you can't aim your weapon. And so you could put on a reviver. I mean, a fixer. I mean, let's do that, actually. And the reason why is because we got all these fucking skill tiers. Look at that. That's tier 3 skills, and then we're going to get the trophies. So I'm used to running the decoy because it gets you out of pinches and all that stuff. So we'll try that too, though. Okay, so I think we got everything. I think my only question is, if I put a skill tier here, can we still do everything we just saw? So once we got a tip of spear proc, we're one shot and everything. So there's no headhunter. I just shot the belly. So boom, one shot and everything, and then switch over to our rifle, and then what just happened? I don't get it. It worked a second ago and now it doesn't. Okay, let me restart. Okay, so TAC 50, headshot kill. All right, switching over. We're not quite a full bar for some reason, but now it's gonna take 2 shots. That's weird. What changed? Did I not test this last variation? Is it really that 10% headshot damage making all that difference? Now, when we get the mementos, that's all gonna change. But I'm, trying to test it without the mementos. Okay, let's shoot the belly here real quick. Whatever. Look at that. Okay. Try this again. We gotta shoot right on the red dot. Okay, so switch in. Now it is. There's no. I gotta be honest with you. There's no way 10% headshot damage will change the situation like that. There's no way. You know what I mean? There's no way. So I don't know what the deal is, but fine, we'll keep it. And then on the other one, we'll put on skill haste. But there's other things we could do too, right? Like if we want a little bit more armor on kill, I mean, it's only 20,000, but if we can get enough of these on, like here, this is what I was thinking. Like, what if we did this and then got rid of this skill haste and put on a little bit more armor on kill? These armor on kill values aren't that strong, but I've been still thinking about how do we make them useful. So maybe a build like this will be useful. So this 40,000, which is a little less than 0.5%, But I mean, this is giving you 20% armor on kill, and then plus another 0.5% doesn't sound that great, does it? You know what I mean? It doesn't. It doesn't sound that great. But one way to look at it is it's like a little boost to your armor regen. It's like you could look at it that way. I mean, we're probably better off with skill haste. I'm just confusing you guys, I think. But if anybody's got any ideas for those armor and kill mods, I would love to hear them because, you know, I'm trying to figure that out. I've been collecting. I'm gonna get. Every now and again, I finally get another god roll, which is not that easy to do. And of course, we have protection from elite, so there's other things. And then we even got repair skills if we want to. If we feel like our weakness is repairs, as heals, we might be golden anyway. So because we got 1, 2, 3 skill tiers on this healer, plus our 20% armor on kill. So we might be all right. And then we can get the skill fishes. Let's just hold here and then let's go see how it happens. Yeah, I don't get why that. It's the truth is it's that we all know that the testing range isn't very reliable, consistent. Headhunter needs to be 150% to get max, and we're doing it with the TAC 50, which is basically 200. It ranges between 280 to 300% headshot damage depending on how many mods. And so we should be at least, I think, 290 here. I'll check real quick. It's a good question. So here's the rifle. That was the rifle. Now Nemesis is at 250. Pistol at 180. And then 280. There it is. So it's 280 with the TAC 50. And then that's because we have, right now, skill haste and skill haste. And I don't know if that's a great idea right now, but I'm going to go with it. And then we'll adjust it out. We could go repair skills also if we think our heals was the weakest, right? To kind of bring it up to a level of like the Hunter's Fury type of healing. And with the Hunter's Fury build, like I wasn't at 100% armor the whole time, right? But I was out there. It allowed me to play aggressive, and like I said, like you really want your armor to be active. You hope to see your armor go down. You do. You want your armor to go down and then back up and then down and then back up and back. Big spurts, big jumps, right? Up especially. And so if you find that your armor is always up, you know, it might be you have too much armor. I mean, there's a good chance it's because you're just an ace killer and nobody can shoot you. That's possible. But then you're like, well, shit, if I'm such an ace killer and nobody can shoot me, why do I even need armor or armor on kill? Good point, right? But the other thing is that if your armor's, if you might have too much armor, you might have too much armor on kill, and then like you could be killing even faster, or you could roll into lots of things, you know? Okay, so we can go TAC 50, and then this should take 2 shots, right? First one is gonna be 2 shots, and after that, we're almost dead. Okay, so now this is where we need our rifle, right? Like 20% armor on kill. We got risky. We went out there and gonna rifle this guy. There we go. Now with that, with our heals, now we don't have any regen yet, right? That's healthy. That's healthy right there, in my opinion. That was great. We got a lot of more riot foam. Now we're one-shotting everything. So now we're gonna be able to maintain, right? And a lot of it's about the rifle. The rifle helps us maintain because it helps us land that critical headshot, which is a heal and a kill, right? Keep that in mind, right? We say time to kill, time to heal, time to kill, time to heal. The best offense is a good defense, and there's nothing that it represents that better than the armor on kill stat. Because armor on kill is no good if you can't get the kill. Oops, bad shot, bad shot. Okay, so is anybody in here? Yeah? I'll just hold him still for no reason, I guess. Estimation. I had to estimate that headshot because I could not see him. So this is way imbalanced. It's a lot better imbalance. Now, I still don't know if we need those mods the way we have them, but power-wise, it feels great. Oh, not this guy. Let's crack that helmet. And then we'll go get some airspace. Where's this foam guy? So last time we saw that heavy gunner took about 30 million to kill. Where's this foam guy that I hear? Oh, there he is. Up there, annoyingly. Switching to TAC 50. Oh, I fell. Fuck. Got him though. Yeah, we need that trophy. All right. So rifle looking good. You don't always need a rifle, but lately I've kind of been trying to cut out the bullshit. Like that sideways walking shit. It's like, oh man. Okay, then we want Nemesis here. Oops, not that one. Yeah, nope, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to switch to the right gun. I hit you or not? Nope. God damn it. I need to make that faster. So, but one thing to remember, that boss in particular, just so you guys know, he breaks right from faster than the other bosses. I don't know why, but... And the bosses in general, elites in general, are a little less, or a little more, how do you say, status effect resistant. But I can do this. And you don't have to do this. The rifle is actually a smarter move because you can put out more shots faster. So each shot is not as critical. But the only reason why I'm running the Nemesis is just for the bosses, just so you know. So and that's because attack 50 is not as effective on bosses. But you could go with the Regulus just as easy, right? Make better use of your pistol and then put the White Death on. That'll work. Like right here. So the problem there, the mistake that I made is I shouldn't have used my Nemesis. Oh, right on tap. You got that ongoing directive holster? Good man, good man. Look what a little dedication and heart can do. And so the reason why I didn't want that Nemesis holster is because it doesn't give you the 20% armor on kill. And we were taking damage in that situation, right? Let's see, what do we need here? This one? We need to proc our tip of spear, right? So that we got the capabilities. Killed him. Sadly. We don't want to do that, but it happened. Take it a long way around. Hey, you. Holy shit, you're in my face. God damn, they fast. Look at that, I cannot catch up to him. She's gonna try to do that bullshit walk. Oh, she got out of the rifle. Made me waste a canister. Of course she did, right? But did it look like she did? Did it really look like she did? Like from your opinion, for me, it's like, it didn't really look like you should have got out of that one. You know, landed right at your feet. Nice one. Wow. Like how her body slid there. Jesus, fire. So watch those heels. They're not bad. Coming from that little drone, you know. Not the best heals in the game, but with everything else, you know. All right, we don't have anything proc apparently. So you need your attack 50 proc, so I can pull it out anyways, but too late, right? Okay. Really wanted that one, right? Really wanted it. All right. Yeah, we didn't run out. I mean, if anything, I got to try to squeeze in more uses of the TAC 50 without getting myself killed in the process. But the rifle was there though, basically the whole time, wasn't it? There might have been one time we ran out of rifle, but I don't remember. Might be making that up in my head. But otherwise, I would say the uptime was definitely there. What's our model situation? So we got 2 skill hastes. I'm not sure adding more headshot damage is going to change our world. So that's not necessarily the direction I want to go. We could add more repair skills. Let's try that. That could change our world. Just one. It's going to put on 1. I'm gonna rock your world. Did I miss it? I like that question. Smirks! Did I miss it? He said, looked on your channel for an oxidizer build. Did I miss it? No, you absolutely did not miss it. I can't tell you the last time I made an oxidizer build. You might have just pointed out a weak point. One of my weak points there, Smirks. You know, in the past, and I don't know if I've evolved since then, but in the past, I was never really a fan of the oxidizer builds just because I was kind of like, oh man, they take so long. The enemy rolls out of the clouds a lot, and you know, you really do have to dispense a lot of canisters, unless you're doing something like a floor 10 or whatever, you know, but like, just like general gameplay, like out here shooting that stuff. I mean, definitely need another team member. Well, you don't definitely, but it plays out better, doesn't it? Okay, so first shot proc. So it's interesting. We got pretty close to a full out kill on that. I'm wondering if that 10% headshot damage would be valuable. You see here, we almost killed him. You know, see his life there. Okay, switching out. Now our health is good. So we took damage from that guy. So it came back basically lickety split. So we're at 13 million. That's a good damage value there coming off of that. It was a crit, which it's not a crit build, so that's about as high as it can get, give or take. Because you got crit on armor, you got crit on health factors, right? Ah, the way they're fucking walking. Hold on while I reload. There you go. That's a lot of time. You know what I mean? It allowed me to go through my 2.4 second reload. 2.5 second reload. So the rifle is nice. So we're about to lose TAC 50 buff. If you could try to get your TAC, keep proccing your TAC 50 before you actually completely run out, that's a smarter move. And I don't do a good job of that. I'm gonna need to focus on that. You know what I'm saying? Don't wait for the clock to go completely out. Forcing it just because I was in. There we go. Whoops. Gonna get yourself killed over this little red guy. But watch our heals to see how we recover. Not bad. Not bad. That's all regen and no armor kill right there. Now we got our kicking armor kill. I think that's the way to go. Without memento, your heals can make up for it. I'm sorry, without Hunter's Fury, your heals can make up for your missing 20%. And what's really cool is that you also get that while you're not killing. So when you're kind of buckled down or trapped in a corner or like a wet rat in a sewer, you know. Okay, so we need to proc our TAC 50 again. That was a miss. So come on, come on, come on. Got him. There we go. Use some ammo while I'm at it. Too far. The boss is long gone. It's weird. I see these people, but don't see them. I think we killed him via concussion. I don't think the bullet actually went through that helmet. Like we snapped his neck or something. Cause see, we didn't get the headshot kill, but he died. God damn that boss. Interesting. I saw something really interesting just happen. So my headhunter buff, that meter on the bottom, was just full a second ago, and now it's not. And I didn't shoot anything. No? I didn't shoot or miss anything. God damn it. So it won't look, so this is how it works. So when you kill with your TAC 50, it won't look full. It won't. And then when you switch to your other weapon, it'll look full. It'll go to full. The little meter, the little headhunter meter. One shot at him. There we go. See, and it's full. Do you see that in the bottom there? Okay, so, but what just happened a second ago is the meter went back to not full. It was still activated, but it wasn't full. Popping my drone. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if it was a glitch or... Shit, I got myself and not them. Fuck. Oh, he did go. Got him. Got him. And we're full. Yeah, we were about to die, now we're full, so that's great. I think the heals are there. Mike rocks. Yeah, I'm at level 11, basically, but yeah, that's a big topic that we talk about on a regular basis, actually, because I've been sharing like how I think basically it needs to get nerfed, the whole system. And so I'm sort of reluctant to invest in it because of all the reasons. Hold on, let me kill this guy. Gonna break his turret. I lost my one-shot capability for that, but I had to. Oh, we lost our TAC 50 buff, so I gotta use that first. I know. I know. So I couldn't use stick onto my TAC 50 because it'd get me killed. Oh, it's not charging. Fuck. There, got it. Barely. Thank God for that riot foam. I'm telling you, that it's legs. That's what I'm saying. Painful what I did there. So if I wouldn't have shot the turret, it would have gone better, but we lost our proc off that turret. But thanks to the riot foam and it's how long it survives, it saved our butt. Because what ended up happening is I was about to land a shot at the boss, and I noticed that I didn't have my TAC 50 proc. I think that's what I would like to see out of the backpack. What does the chest do? Do you remember what the chest does? But what we can't use the chest with this build, but what I would like the backpack to do would be to give me a longer buff. I don't need more buff. I need a longer buff. Longer than 60 seconds so that I don't have to use my TAC 50 as much. That would be cool. So Mike, what I was gonna say was basically that, so I'm at level 11 and there's some things that I have, as you can see, like I haven't even done my Nemesis yet. And I like my Nemesis. I've been planning on it and I haven't. And so I sort of got this buyer reluctancy, whatever, because I really do think it's too expensive. And then I kind of like, well, it's so expensive. Like, what am I going to do? What am I not going to do? I mean, you know, my healer drone isn't even done yet, right? And so I did do my TAC 50 because I do like that gun. But it's only level 10. And so, but I haven't been racing to level 20 or anything like that. And so I'm just sort of like, yeah, when I get there, I'll get there. I'm cool with that. And I haven't noticed any difference in power anyways, just to be honest with you. Like, so I did get 10% increase in base weapon damage off that TAC 50, but I absolutely don't realize it. I also got my Regulus to level 10, and it doesn't really make a difference. Is it the difference between one-shotting or not? Is it the difference between surviving and dying? No, it never is. And so I really don't feel like it gives me an edge enough to really go out and farm for thousands of exotics, because that's what you really need, right? Thousands of exotics to get all your gear up. And so it's a daunting list. So, but even for my most priority weapons, like this 1886 is a priority weapon. I use it all the time, you know? The Nemesis, the Capacitor I did do, the Chameleon I should, the Mantis I did. The Mantis was the first one I did. But even for my most priority things, like, you know, I guess my main motivation to upgrade anything, just so you know, is because I'll hit my my resource caps and like materials and protective fabrics and stuff like that. And I was like, well, it's kind of a waste to sit there at full, so I might as well spend them. So I am spending them a little slowly, but I'm weary. Like, you guys remember when they did the changes and then everybody was already, there were people already at level 20 and they got rolled back, right? You guys remember that. That was painful, right? That was painful. And luckily I only lost like 3 expertise levels or something like that, so it wasn't that much. But and I hadn't done any special farming, but I feel bad for people that went to the tombs and, you know, the most boring mission in the game just to kill just to kill a bunch of like drones and shit like that. Like, oh, that's lame, you know, because then they lost all that intention. Now they still had it, they were still like not completely gone, but so she's gonna try to fuck with us, right? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? God damn, she's invisible. Oh, we killed him. Fuck! I don't know if you caught that, but we just killed him. Oh, we forgot to pop our drone. God damn it. Forgot I had it, that thing. That could have been helpful. Yeah, I mean, look how fast we got to 100, right? And don't look at it in isolation, because it's not just a standard drone build. It's got the buff of the weapon too, right? It should be looked at in combination, you know. And you got bonus armor, and so it's like, yeah, it's a great addition to the build. I think that was the right move, better than the decoy, because it fixed what the build was lacking. Resetting the TAC 50. Now going back. Fuck you, dude. Ah! Fucking wailing on me out there. Asshole. Yeah, no, SSM smirks. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We do. I think we do. I think you're right. I think we need one. And I think I've changed about it a little bit. I think it is it's a support build. I feel like it's a really good support build. So when you got what's going on right here? It's a boss. So when you, especially, I feel like especially for skill builds, I think it works really great with skill builds. Like high-powered skill builds, and you got somebody with the oxidizer, so procking. So we gotta proc this. Come on, dude. There we go. And then Nemesis. Multi-step process. You don't have to use a Nemesis, guys. You don't. You could just switch to your rifle. It might take you 2 shots on the boss or whatever. I'll show that later. But yeah, if you got some really strong skill builds on the table, it could be fun to use with those. And there are definitely use cases, right? There's definitely use cases like capital building, last boss. Double headshot kill. Ah. Use attack 50 enough, it's gonna happen, huh? Don't you run away. Like, it kind of reminds me of a scorpion build. Get over here, like that kind of, like, I feel like I should be saying that with the right phone. Get over here. And we got to pull out the TAC 50 before it runs out, right? If you do that, then it's just less painful. Uh-oh. Hold still, buddy. I don't know if I landed this, but... Run! Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Alright. Look at those heels come back. Fucking lady, come here. Oh, what? Right? You saw that, right? I mean, you gotta call bullshit on that. I do. There's no way. I mean, ha! Holy shit, that was right at her feet. It just turned it up in here though, right? Like, I'm playing a little bit fast. I'm getting kind of used to the mechanics, and so it changes the way the build feels, I think. The Nemesis might complicate it for you though. So, you know, having to bring in that weapon, you could just be okay with not doing it. You do need something with the scope outside of the TAC 50 though, because I mean, TAC 50 is fine if you have enough ammo, which we tend to be having. But if you're gonna use it a lot, you might want the like the White Death. Come on, lady. There we go. So all good alternates. Oh wait. This could be a double kill. Yeah, 50 million double kill. I like that one. Uh oh, still. This is me. Oh, what? I must have duffed a shot earlier. Nemesis. Oh no! Do you see that? It was just like she had a hair of life left on her. Is that double kill? 50 million in total. And as you can see, it wasn't even that well lined up, but it still worked. You know? We got plenty of ammo. I mean, they're dropping ammo on top of what the set's giving us. Pretty hard to run out of ammo with this thing. Alice, I don't know for sure. I always wonder. I mean, I assume it does. It does. It does. We talked about it for a while, and I just can't remember the detail. But here's the question, guys: does weapon swapping? I think when you have it as a weapon attribute, as like weapon handling, then yes, it should count for everything. But I am making an assumption. It's really hard to tell when he's shaving fraction of a seconds. But the question is, and it's a really good question, right? Does swab speed count for specializations as well? And I mean, logically, yes, but in practice, I want to say no, because I mean, I feel like no matter how much special weapon handling I have, it's just, that's as fast, it just never changes this, you know? Really hard to measure it too, because you're measuring fractions of a second. Really hard to measure. I mean, I can do it on like software and go kind of frame by frame, you know, but and then the other question we talked about too, and here's a question out there for you guys, is like when you run weapon swap speed on your weapon, okay, does it impact the weapon that it's on or the weapon that you're going to? Good point, Disconnect. That's a really good question. Maybe I should do that, right? Go from the TAC 50 to the pistol first, and then from there rotate out, because the pistols are really strong. I'll have to test it, because we didn't test any pistol stuff in the range, you know, so I'm not sure if that next shot would be a kill shot. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We'll have to test.
You are simple Jack.
Let's get these simple jacks. Okay, so TAC 50 first. This will kick it off. So it is killing him, but it's not counting it as a headshot. Don't ask, you know. It's like a concussion, right, factor. Okay, I'm also gonna have to remember to kick in my... Pulling out the tack. Switching. So I accidentally switched to my rifle, but I'll have to try to get that pistol in. There's more special ammo, just everywhere. See you, buddy. Where'd he go, huh? Oh. See, that's the bullshit. I was thinking about it right there. I was like, she's gonna hit that gas. She is. But what I'm talking about is like, it wasn't that part. It was mostly like the way she was moving. Like, I was like, I should have just pulled out my rifle and cut her bullshit down because she always does it. You know? That didn't work either, huh? All right, hold on, buddy. Look at how much damage I'm taking in the back. Fuck. See, that's the bullshit. He's over there doing his acrobats, you know? Like, hold on. I can stand right in front of you. Get your scalp. And now we're on a roll. I do remember, I need to practice on that going straight to pistol, though. I need to remember to do that. So I'll do that. But I need it on a fresh kill because I want to know if the pistol's strong enough to get a one shot, one kill right after. Oh, I don't know how those aren't counting. I'm gonna have to check up on that. Let's see. Go to this. Kick it off for the next round. See, like when you got an easy shot like that, just 1v1 is what I mean. Go ahead and just reset your tip of spear buff. You know what I mean? Might as well, right?
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostiles spotted location nearby.
She's got it back here somewhere. There she is. Instead of messing with your shit, I'm just gonna kill you. Oh, so this build is good, man. If you're quick, right? It's a little, you know, requires you to be a little faster than. Oh, we ran out of right farm right there. I abused it. Okay, we need to reset our buff. No right foam. That was dangerous. Oh, I missed them. Look at these fucking monkeys, man.
You are simple Jack.
Yeah, it's just short. And, huh. That's okay though. I mean, like I said before, you don't build around the bosses, but I would like that to be just a little bit strong. That might be that one little headshot mod that we swapped out, right? But you know, we talk about that, like you don't build around, you shouldn't, unless you're making a special boss killer build. Okay, got it. But you got 48 other guys you got to kill before you get to 2 of those bosses, right? Actually, just go to attack 50 here. Come on, switch. Because I feel like I've never played this game before. How clunky I am at switching. I'm liking it though. It works. It works. Now, do I like the 100 Fury version better? I do. I do. So how do we make this one stand out a little bit more? Now, the heals thing got fixed, though. I got to say that. So the heals thing got fixed. I feel like it's basically as equivalent. Now, but Hunter's Fury still has that. What, guys? Status effects. So this one doesn't have that, right? Hunter's Fury is definitely a better set all around. I'm not gonna joke about that. Tip of Spear is at the bottom on my list, but when it comes to headshot builds, it does play a nice little role. And so how do we make this build stand out a little bit further from the Hunter's Fury? What do we do to make it a little bit more unique, you know? So we got the heals part, we got the kills part. It's basically on par. They both got the riot foam. We can't get the Banshee in here unless we take out the TAC 50, which would suck. Yeah, I mean, good question about the knee pads. So the Sawyer's knee pads. Now, obviously, they read, you know, stay still, you get the most damage. But there are moments where you're standing still and then you're moving, and then you're standing still and you're moving. So here's a build as we have it at the moment. So I'll go ahead and take a screenshot of that myself. And I'll walk you through the build. But before the, you know, the Sawyer's knee pads, but just to say, like, you could still like play into the averages of that, right? Where you're moving and you're standing still and you're moving. And so a lot of people do just play into the averages and it kind of pans out. The thing is though, you are choosing it over the memento, you know, and there's still cases where you would do that. There would be on the sniper build. The problem is that we need that. It's the 3 core thing is really helping us here. I need that skill tier for the riot foam. As you can see, we did run out of riot foam here. But it wasn't the difference between life and death, so I'm gonna let it slide. You know. But let's take a quick look at the build. So really, I'm using the 1886 as my primary weapon. All right, so and that's got a big chunk of our heals, but it's not all of it now. But now it's 20% armor on kill, and we are chain killing, as you can see in that last gameplay footage. And so 20% armor on kill over 5 seconds, and we got damage targets out of cover. And so it's a 1 shot, 1 kill. But what we're doing is we're using the TAC 50 to kick off the fight and then to maintain a high level of 1-shot kill damage. But basically 2 shots, one to proc the tip of spear set, the second one to kill, and then that kill is going to buff our headhunter talent to its max. And then from there, we're going to maintain with the rifle. And then, as you can see, I got skill haste, and that's because we're running riot foam, and the riot foam is to hold them still. It's really just to cut out a lot of the nonsense and make it easier to land more headshots. But, you know, because enemies will cartwheel or they'll hide in cover, the foam pops them out of cover too, right? Or they'll walk sideways and backwards, and all that stuff can get you killed. So we got 5 riot foam that's lasted almost 11 seconds. The trophies are cutting down the cooldown, so we like the memento for this. And it's all about that skill efficiency mostly, but of course we're getting 30% weapon damage and bonus armor. And we're running 1.1 million armor. Here's our other tip of spear. We're running 4 pieces of tip of spear, so 10% signature weapon damage, 10% weapon damage, 4 pieces gives us aggressive recon, which is giving us another 20% total weapon damage for 60 seconds. And then it's generating ammo every 60 seconds also. Got armor core and headshot damage. And then weapon damage and headshot damage. Skill tier, headshot damage, skill tier for the riot foam. And then the mask is skill tier, headshot damage, and repair skills. So notice I got some repair skills, and then we got skill haste here. So skill haste was for the riot foam, and the repair skills is to just juice up that drone a little bit. The drone is a tier 3, right? And then it's getting skill efficiency, which is also providing more repair skills to it. So it does become stronger over time. And so that's why the 3% armor regen that's coming off of this backpack from the long-term buffs, right? 3% armor regen, plus the 20% armor on kill, plus the strong heals that's happening here. Right now it's up 48,000 heals per second. And then every time we pick up a trophy, it's also getting little spikes. But all of that together makes the heals really nice on this build. And remember, technically the riot foam is a defense, right? So we got self-sustaining heals, we got riot foam as a defense, bonus armor as a defense, and yeah, and then the offense is of course the one-shot kill capabilities, which is also a good defense. So that is the build so far, ladies and gents, and I think the question is, how do we extend its uniqueness, right? Like, how do we give it because everything that I said there can basically also be accomplished with the Hunter's Fury build. And so this starts with the Hunter's Fury build. Well, actually it starts with an Eclipse version. So the Eclipse version was pretty fucking unique. So and that was crazy fun. I don't even know where it went, but it's somewhere around here. I'm planning on doing another build video. So I created it, the original one. That's Hunter's Fury. Yeah, I created the original one. It's something like that. For what is it called? Reanimated. And then it ended up working outside of Reanimated also. And so that's what made it special. And then I created this Hunter's Fury one that we saw at the beginning, and that one is called the cheat code. So I got 4 skill tiers on that cheat code. So 1 from Technician, 1 from Memento, 2 on the build, 2 armor cores, 2 red cores, and then headshot damage and some skill haste on it. And this thing is basically does everything you could see here. So, and notice I'm not running the TAC 50, and so you don't have to deal with that animation thing, right? But I like the TAC 50. I love the TAC 50. That's the only downside, is that stupid little animation. And that's not the gun's fault. That's the way the devs built all our specializations. Yeah, actually, on this one, I'm using on this one, I'm using Headhunter, but I'm using the non-perfect. I'm using the Araldi because I want more power to that TAC 50. And once the Headhunter's procced, then the rifle's got all the damage it needs, so I don't really need any Walker Harris transfer over to my 1886. Yeah, you saw Araldi. It was Araldi. Yeah. It's all about the sniper. Just because we're using the sniper that way, right? We're using the MMRs to get that first kill. And same thing with the Hunter's Fury one. The cheat code. So we decided to roll, and we did test through it. So we started with Walker. I use the Douglas and Harding one also a lot, because I sometimes run with the D50. I mean the Regulus. And when I'm like building around the Regulus, sometimes I want that just as strong as it can be. But the reality is, like, if you are kicking it off with your sniper, then you want that to pack the most punch, and then everything after that is just gonna fall in line. So there's a couple of weak points in the build, though, right? Like we talked about. Oh, that's a good one, actually. Repair skills and headshots and Murakami. One of them being that, like, when you switch over your Nemesis, you're vulnerable. So thank God for the healer. And your TAC 50, because neither of those, they'll acquire your kill, which is great, but neither of those have preservation. We really rely on that if we're going to play out of cover like we are. I love chain killer press chess piece too, man. I have so many of those chess pieces. I hold so many of them. You know, weapon handling, headshot damage. I like to be able to swap out the headshot damage. I like to be able to swap out the weapon handling. I like to be able to swap out the core, and that's why I need all those. And then you need the crit version too, right? The crit version could come in handy for basically if you decide you want to run crits, which I absolutely never do, just so you know. You can, though. You can. So as you can see, I'm level 11 on my expertise, and I just donate all my junk. And so that's the other reason why. Here's the deal. Like, this is a reason why I don't rush through this, right? Is that all my junk now serves a purpose. And if I rush through this and make everything proficient at 343 so that I can be at level 20, then, and I did that by going to the tombs or something like that, or spending days in the summit, then all my trash just becomes trash again. You know what I mean? So I feel really good that, you know, my trash is actually going to something, you know? It's all about my emotions here. It's all about my emotions. And yep, inside I'm like a screaming little girl. But I mean, so a lot of this is already efficient, proficient, whatever, you know. Hardwired is somehow level 2. So obviously I need to do a little more hardwired stuff, but my point is that even if I was level 20, I wouldn't have the resources to rank it much up, you know, to level 20. From there, I only got 144 exotic components, you know. It's not very many. And I play every day like you guys do, and it doesn't get me anywhere. Now I'm sitting on some exotics for season 10, but still, that's, you know, maybe a dozen or so. That's not gonna change my world. Ooh, that's a nice paratrooper. Look at that. I think I already have that one, but that's a good one that just dropped. It's got all the right stats. Let me see. Damage to targets out of cover. Is that what mine has? Or is that the same one that I had? No, that's not the same one because I never run Vindictive. So it's a nice one, but probably don't need it. Yeah, one more week. Not even, huh? We're like 4 days or something like that. Let's see. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, 4.5 days-ish. Excited, yeah. And it gets annoying at this stage, right? Because now you're like always full. So yeah, I don't need that one. Crush it. So what do you guys think about this build? Pretty fun, huh? I mean, it's not the most OP sniper build in the game. That's not what it aims to do, right? But you saw in our last control point, especially in the second wave, right, where we just had all those 2-3 spawns come out, and we just bam, hit him with the rifle, hit him with the head, hit him in the rifle, hit him in the head, hit him in the rifle, hit him in the head, you know. And it absolutely works. So if you like using the TAC 50, then this one's for you. And you can still use the TAC 50 on the Hunter's Fury build. You still can. You got plenty of ammo. You don't really need that extra ammo. After the first control point, you know, you're gonna have plenty of ammo to do what you want to do. I wanted that extra skill tier, and the Nemesis doesn't have a slow weapon swapping. But what does the Nemesis do have? The Nemesis has a slow charge up. So the Nemesis technically brings the same problem to the table. It's just in the form of you got to hold down that trigger and not in the weapon swapping. So it is still also slow. Keep that in mind, which can also get you killed. But Hunter's Fury still provides more grace to your survivability. It gives you another 20% armor on kill, so you have 40% armor on kill. And then I could still run the fixer drone if I wanted to, right? But I'm using the decoy. and it gives you the status effects, and you'll love that status effects. You'll be like, killed him, and you see them all fall over. Kill the next guy, they all fall over again. You're like, oh, I'm saving right foam, you know? So that's got 4 skill tiers there, and this one's got 3. So we could lose this armor and see if we can survive without it too. Yeah, I'd buy more stash. Holy shit. We'll buy another character. I was thinking about this. I said this in yesterday's stream. I was thinking about, I mean, I should probably do it over the weekend, actually. Going over to my 4th character, like cleaning up all my stash so that I basically had no gear on my 4th character, and then spending all of my watch resources, just dumping it all into like SHD calibration, all the rewards, you know, just fill all these up. As much as possible, cap everything, and then crushing that character, deleting them, and then creating a new character, play 3-4 hours in New York, you know, and get all that watch stuff again. You know, my character is, all my characters are just mules, so they're not leveled up or anything like that. They don't have their specializations unlocked and all that stuff. So okay, let me see real quick. I need to check on my progression. So we're talking about let's see where we at. So I think we dropped the spot. Yep. So I think we were at 88, and now we're at 87. That's cool. And then we were talking about getting to 8. I need to get to 84. 84ish. Yeah, it was 10,700, so 82. So there we go. We need to get to 82. That's our goal, and if we can get to 81, that's awesome. So we're almost there. Ish. So these are small jumps, though. Look, we're about to jump to 86. You see that? 9 kills. And this one is basically 80 kills. And so remember, there's 50 kills per control point, so it goes really fast. If you're going fast, it goes fast, right? And then that's 300 kills, that's 100 kills, that's 200 kills. So this is the biggest one right here. 85 to 84, 300 kills. So that's like 3 or 4 control points. So let me try, like, what if we brought the Mantis in? Like, what if we somehow played into got this to have infinite decoys by switching from this to this? We're gonna be in scope the whole time. That's the sad part. Can't no scope the Mantis, but the infinite decoys would make you unkillable. You know? Let's try it. Let's try it. We're not gonna be able to point blank with this way, but the right foam could still help. We're not gonna have the armor on kill. I have to think about that, but the heals and the decoy. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to lose the heals. So we're not gonna have any heals this way if we play this way, because we got no armor on kill and no healer drone. It doesn't really work out, does it? I've been wanting to figure that out, but I don't know if there's going to be a way. I mean, we could figure it out with the SVD. The SVD is more forgiving, but it might be a couple shots. Yeah, the problem, I mean, the solution can't just be... The problem can't just be like, go start another character and then the problem just like, oh, now delete all your gear, right? Can't be like that. I mean, delete all your gear and then refarm it. It's just like, oh, definition of insanity. Let me try this. Let me just try it as it is. And then I'm not sure we're gonna need any right foam whatsoever, and we don't need repair skills. So let's switch that over. Actually, I think we'd play this one out different. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me think about this. I think we might play this one out different. Like, go back to the blues on this one. If we can go Mantis, right? Go back to the blues, power up that regen. And our second skill could be a heal. No riot foam. So, skill haste, no. Protection from elites. Maybe protection from elites, huh? So yeah, let me do that. Let me do that. Stay out of cover longer. Go blue, certain number of blue. Not too much, like 1.5, I think would be good. I want to go, I want speed, so fast kills. I don't want to do too much swapping, not with the way this one's going to play out. So let me go red, blue here. And then up here, where are we at? 1.3 with 3 red cores. Okay, I can go blue. See if that can work as blue. Oops, that's not what I'm trying to do. And make that regen really strong, you know? So that we can hang out of cover and just pop them. So let's see where we are. Headshot damage 246. This should do enough. The TAC 50, you know, let's see what it can do, but we might need a few trophies under us to get that thing to one shot. Should be basically similar to what we were seeing before. Oops. I always do that. I'm used to going invulnerable. Yeah, I've never played hardcore in this game too. I wish I could, but I really need that stash space. I can't lose the character. So 8 million. Okay, so it's gonna be 2 shots. I don't know if I like that. Let me swap that to a red. Actually, let me get rid of this guy here. Oh, still not enough. See that with aces, just so you know, with aces, that would be a kill shot. 4-piece, 3-piece aces, that is. Wow. Fucking tip a spear. You know what I mean? Okay, so we're gonna turn that into a red core then. Right on, Alice. Thanks for kicking. Well, the truth is we don't have any mementos, so that could change with the mementos. That's the reality of it, but Let's go over here and see if we can get some better pieces. All right. And now it's Mantis time. See what Mantis brings to the equation on the tips build. Are we better off with just aces and not having to worry about your TAC 50? I use a TAC 50 anyways, and so even on my aces build. And I do find that I just don't run out of ammo. You don't start with ammo, of course, and this one does. Can you just put on your tips build and then switch over to your aces build, and now you got full ammo? Is it worth just? Does that work? As long as you don't take off the TAC 50, right? I think it works. Shit, that might be the purpose of the build. Yeah, I do usually run Providence too. That gets rid of it, but the whole waiting for mementos issue. I mean, we didn't even need the TAC 50, so what, what do we think about that? I mean, we're not in a control point yet, but still. 10 million is a kill shot, and we're definitely doing more than that. But I don't mind the, see, the thing about the memento with the Mantis, like, I really like it because the Mementos lets you kind of play in close and tight, and you can actually get through those trophies. And that's because of the unlimited decoys, right? Now you don't want to catch on fire because then you can't aim. And now I'm on fire.
Reinforcements incoming.
Attack 50 time. Should we have been able to one-shot these guys right out of the gate? Did that seem weird to you? I mean, we weren't technically in the control point yet, and so the control points, the enemies are stronger than the guys on the street, but I don't know. That was still a little odd. That was surprising to myself. This should be a weaker build than my regular. We had no trophies. We come right out, and we one-shot everything, you know? And we do have 1.1 million armor on it, and we had an unloaded backpack, right? And so once you get that that proc back, maybe that's when we switch out and start. This could work. And then in this case, we could use a right thumb. Like if we just get out of our Mantis right after we get our... No, or does it clear it? It might have cleared it. Yeah. Clears it. You see what I'm saying? So we... Like I had a decoy on the standby, and then I switched out of my Mantis, and that decoy on standby disappeared, basically. I made sure I got 2 headshot kills before I switched out, so. Oh, I missed that guy. Really? With the Mantis build, you get up to full trophies in no time, huh? What? Like right on your dome, bro. Oh, wow, this guy is gonna be the one guy, huh? There's always one asshole.
You are simple Jack.
Come on, really? All right. Let's get our trophies. I can't believe the whole control point is held up by this one guy. And he drops gear, of course he does.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Heartbreaker. Yeah, let's tip a spear. Oh no. So we haven't even whipped out, like, why are we running to tip a spear build? We haven't even needed it. And then I can't land a shot with it. Well, that landed on his body. Yeah, I can't get a headshot. See, that's that bullshit I'm talking about. Like wire foam. I just want wire foam and then stick them to the ground so they stop running around like weirdos. Look, there he goes again. There he goes again. Oh, wait. The instant he stood still, I pointed at another guy. All right. All right. Oh, good time. Lucky he rolled into the fire. Oh, he's immune. That was a horrible demonstration of a sniper. I couldn't land one shot with that TAC 50. Gonna keep trying. It's like, but I might as well just stick to the mantis. Like, Jesus Christ, look. I think it's the outcasts. They're just pains in my asses. They're all running around. They're just running. That's all they do is run over here and then they run over there. Like, look. Then they're gonna move again and oh, finally my decoy got him. There we go.
Hostile detected.
Look out for those fire guys. There's always a couple of them in there. You ran right by my decoy. Intelligente, we would say. So no tip of spear buff so far. We've been running with no tip of spear buff. Why am I running tip of spear? Okay, so I'm gonna hit the boss with this. I'm gonna lose my buff if I do, so let's not do that. Trying to figure out where I'm running the set. Okay, fine, I'm just gonna shoot her with it. And miss. Yeah, it holds you back, this set, I think. Compared to like aces or, you know. Mostly because you're doing a good job chain killing. You're like, oh yeah, I better remember to work in that that tip of spear, even though I don't need the damage buff, right? Because I'm already going around one-shot and everything. I don't need the damage buff. But if you don't have that for when the boss comes out, then you might not have enough damage. Maybe, maybe not. And with tip of spear, there's a good chance that that's maybe not. Tip of spear gives you a little bit of weapon damage, but you can get that from aces, right? And you get headshot damage and all the other fun goodies. Oh, don't get me started, Dragon, on that minigun. Yeah, I've talked about that build. I was like, am I really gonna get out of cover? Because a minigun, you got to get out of cover, right? And so it's just like, so I got to get out of cover to use the minigun. And then, let me ask you this: like, isn't it true that when you swap out of your pestilence, that you kill your waterfalls? Yeah, see, the chest doesn't really make sense, does it? You get a strong weapon damage bonus, but if I'm not using Tac 50, like I think about it like for like the alternative one that I think about mostly is the fire thing. That fire is the problem is that, well, then you're back to like, well, wouldn't you wouldn't you rather just use the Eclipse Protocol set, you know, and then get that fire to spread on kill? And, you know, this tip of spears can be, you know, and I think it's really good that it's a good exercise that you run it, that we're running it right now so that we could talk about it, you know? And I think the devs, you know, from their cryptic Twitter feeds, I think the devs are going through all the sets and trying to find ways to kind of improve them, right? Unfortunately, they started with Striker, which is just like, well, how do you start with Striker? And of course, they're doing ongoing directive. But they started with, they fixed Striker. Why didn't they just go to, like, you know, tip of spear and fucking fix that one too? Like, why is Striker up there at the top of that list? You know? But tip of spear should be way, way up at the top, you know? And maybe it's not because they're like, oh, well, we're revamping the specialization system in 2028. You know what I mean? So we'll get to it then, you know? I don't know. Yeah, part of it's I'm not very good with the minigun either. I probably the only time I really used it was in like Iron Horse, you know, when you're trying to break the lava, and I wasn't normally the guy that did that either. I think that's where most people get their practice on that thing, huh? Iron Horse. Mantis is the truth, people. The truth. That's what I call it. It's like the fastest, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm pretty good with the Nemesis now. I've gotten pretty good with the Nemesis, and it serves a pretty good purpose. As you can see, I've been using it a lot. But there's just nothing faster than this. I love the White Death. But the whole decoy thing, that decoy lets you... Oh, you fucking thing. You fucking... Look at it. I'm trapped. I'm trapped. Oh, my God. They are... Oh, my God. Are you guys watching this? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The fuck? Has any... Did anybody see that? That thing is so good. It's still on me. I gotta get out of here. Oh my god, it reminds me of that movie. Oh, what was they for? Screamers. Do you remember Screamers? Back in like... Shit, man. That must have been like 92 or something like that. Like a long time ago. Where'd that thing go? I need to get rid of it. It was even when I got down from there, the thing was fucking harassing me. Sexually. I want to file a sexual harassment charge on that fucking thing. Where did it go? That thing was fucking nasty, man. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. I mean, I don't know if that, I think that was the same one, but that was horrible. It was going everywhere I went. I didn't think it was supposed to do that, right? Is it? Oh, she needs to die. It was her. There we go. Her fault. Let's see if I can crack his helmet with this. Now it's weaker on named enemies, so it might be a mistake to switch to this, but I don't know why they did that. Use all my ammo on this guy. Probably missing. This guy's helmet's crazy, right? Like, you're better off just shooting him in the chest, but everybody's got to be a headshot kill.
Friendly combatants detected.
Oh my god. And the way he like bobs and weaves like he's fucking drunk, this guy, huh? He is a pain in the ass, this sledgehammer dude. But I gotta admit, I would like to walk around with the sledgehammer in this game. Am I alone? It's a good one. Maybe. What are you saying, Dragon? You run like tip a spear with tardigrade? Because you're using your special ammo? Oh yeah, that's pretty unique. I get you there. That's pretty... People don't do that enough, huh? You forget that it's there. That's why. That part of the buff, right? A part of the buff people forget. Huh. The problem is, can you make a one-shot? Can you be one-shotting things? I mean, in Legendary, that'd be the most helpful, right? And not so much in Heroic. And then, so, if you sacrifice your Headhunter chest piece for tardigrade... I mean, but I guess you're right, though. If you're just running a support build, like maybe the survivalist one, that could be a really interesting, like, healer build. Or even one for the doctor's home, right? The doctor's home. We were just having that conversation last night. The build we ran last night was a good Doctor's Home build. Give them bonus armor and then armor on kill when you grab those trophies. Because you're saying, like, we were talking about, like, for, you know, always think about legendary, of course. Like, you need the survivability to be able to go get those trophies. Otherwise, they're worthless. If you can't wait till the end of the checkpoint, right? Because then your team doesn't need any heals. Because they'll auto heal. Unless you're running that directive that doesn't do that. Anybody? But yeah, that could be interesting. But I wonder, like, okay, so I mean, if you're not running the sniper, I mean, you can still run the sniper, but it's nice to run that chest piece with it. But maybe like the, I was also thinking about the crossbow and using it to break Chunga's armor. But outside of the Chungas, then what do you got, right? And it's a little harder to aim. Some people are good with it, but ooh, look at this. They're all lined up, guys. How many are there? 3? 4! We did it! That was a record! Woo! Oh yeah, we just broke our record. We were talking about that today and it happened. The opportunity presented itself. And just like as I expected too, I was like, you know, it's like probably gonna be at a spawn point. It's a replay. There's 4 enemies right there. You could tell by the numbers that pop up after the shot. Woohoo! Right on. I had to do my girl scream right after. Sorry, I'm really excited about my sound effects, so I'm gonna be working them in.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Policies. You gotta have policies, man. What are your policies? That was cool though. I don't think we get any commendations or anything like that for stuff like that, but 4 headshot kills. What's your best, you know? Anybody done anything more than 4? I mean, yeah, I think it'd be pretty hard to get more than that because most spawns don't, they come out in multiple waves. You know what I mean? So it'd be pretty hard. I mean, so you could do like 4 and then 4, but I think to get like any more than that is like somehow, I don't know. Boss. Yeah, we're not one-shotting bosses with this build, huh? It's interesting. I had my headhunter proc, so it's the tip of spear's lack of damage. We are running armor though. We are running armor, so it's all right. Yeah, but that is a good. I like that idea. That's a good synergy, Dragon. You know, and I don't think enough people use that special ammo. Oops. Thing-yo. I would like some more backpack options here, though, folks. That's what I'm looking for. Progression check. Progression check. Don't forget, it is September, so you can extend the time by subbing on YouTube, Twitch. Let's see. Okay, and September, all subs are at discount, and the longer you sub, the deeper the discount. So we are at 86. So I think that we dropped. Yep, good. And then now we're 30 kills away from 85. Zircon. He says, tell me more, which are some of the greatest words to ever come out of people's mouths. Used a lot in business practice, right? When somebody's got an idea to share and it's confusing to you or you don't understand, or if it's a great idea, it doesn't matter. If you follow it up with tell me more, it's like active listening, right? You're kind of like, it's part of that. So it's showing that you're being a good listener. But also prevents you, because we're supposed to be good listeners, and that's the best communication isn't good listening, right? But anyway, it's a side note. Oh, thanks, Sins. Give me a second to reset that. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, the sound drifts over time. It's an Elgato thing, capture card, from what I understand. And they got a new one on the market, and I'm like, well, I'm hesitant to buy it. I don't know if nobody's ever mentioned whether it does or does not fix that problem, but it is annoying for me. Because, you know, every half hour or hour or whatever, it gets to a long delay, right? 10, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that. I love the Mantis though, guys. Really good gun. But it's just like, I'm just trying to find the value of my tip of spear build. And there was one where we got to kill 3-4 guys at once. So that was fun. So I brought a little fun to the table. I mean, best time to kill ever. Maybe I'll put up that as the best time to build. Best time to kill ever. 4 guys, 1 shot. Kind of a little joke. Because it's always up for debate, right? So I can try to remember just to rotate it in for the hell of it, but again, once you got 1-shot capability, what's the point of adding more damage? There really isn't. And again, the TAC 50 or any special weapon doesn't have, it's actually debuffed on bosses. So you could say, well, it's good for the boss. So, you know, they're formidable threats. So whip it out every now and again for them. But like, no, it's like, it's the opposite, right? It's the opposite. You want to use it before the boss comes out, and then you use whatever other weapon you got against him. I mean, you can still use it on the boss, but you can use all your fucking ammo. Oh my god. I can definitely use it on any guy that climbs on that thing. Because that turret is annoying, but I got a better scope on it, so it also helps. Oh my god. So yeah, I don't want to shoot him when he's waving his hands. You don't want to shoot him when they're on fire. It's a trap. It's a trap to get you to lose your buff, because you'll magically hit their hand that exact moment you pulled the trigger. This boss is not wanting to come and play. Yeah. Midair.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, our trophy's all expired. That's interesting too, right? Maybe that's why we didn't one-shot the boss there.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Jesus Christ, guys. Idiots, you know what I mean?
You are simple Jack.
Blew themselves up. They did all that running. It kind of reminds me of Fury Road. Did you ever watch that? What is that? Mad Max, Fury Road. The new one, the remake. And there was a part where, you know, one of the main supporting actors, the guy, he was, you know, one of those weird painted white soldier guys. He's like, I could do it. I could do it. And then the boss gives him a chance, and then he like trips on his own chain or some shit. You guys ever see that movie? That was a good movie, actually. That's one of those ones I can watch over and over again. There's quite a few models in it, too, that are not hard to look at. It's got that guitarist, what's his name? God, we haven't heard anything from him in a long time. Except he's doing movies a lot. Gonna go my way. Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz's daughter's in that one. And a few other Victoria's Secret models. Come on. Oh my god. Come here, Twitchy. He's twitchy. There it is. But that's who these guys remind me of. So speaking of that, that's why I brought, also what I brought it up. These guys running here, these suicide guys, they remind me of Fury Road. The War Boys is what they called them. Motorheads, they had a few nicknames for them, but the War Boys. Oh, pasty white and shit, and then like suicidal. Because they go into the gates of Valhalla all shiny and chrome. That's painful for me right there. So you know, I didn't have my buff. But on this build, like on sniper builds, the tip of spear, I believe, is more of an annoyance than useful. Because with the 3-piece aces, you could do everything without using the TAC 50, but you could still use it. And you'll one-shot the boss. You have enough damage to one-shot the boss. Without, the tip of spear weakens you. Powers you up and then weakens you. Some people use it though, and some people do a really good job. Like, you know, there's a guy that does like legendary, that's all he does is run a tip of spear build. That's all he does, legendary tip of spear build, no scope, white death. That's all he does. And he's really good with it, but it does look painful even watching him, I gotta say. It's like, ooh. Luckily he's good with it. And then that just says something about anything in this game. We've been talking about that big discussion about, yeah, witness me, Diz, you know what I'm saying? Crow, that's what it was. Witness me, and then they spray themselves with spray paint, chrome spray paint. But anyways, like all these build sets, like we've been talking about that a lot. Like there is no meta, there's no meta exists in this game, not really. You know what I mean? It's the user, you know, and that's a big discussion, right? And we've been talking about it for days here now, but my point is, like today, my point is what I'm saying here is that, like, tip of spear sucks, but you can get good at it. You can get really good at it, and it can be your meta, you know? It really can. And, like, And for me, it's not mine. I mean, I can make it look as shiny and new. You know what I mean? I can make this look like the best build in the game because I'm just good with my Mantis, right? But the reality is, like, if you pay attention closely and if you watch the details, you'll notice that I stopped using, I put aside my TAC 50 and I stopped using it. I stopped using it altogether, right? And the problem with that is when the boss comes, you know, I don't have enough damage to one-shot the boss. But if I was running my, Aces build, I would. I really would. And without the use of my TAC 50, I don't need my TAC 50 to one-shot a boss. But with Tip of Spear, you do, in the form of a proc, right, and sort of a damage bonus. But the memento has nothing to do with that. I play with the Mantis Memento build all the time. I like it. I rather have 30% weapon damage than 25% total weapon damage. Yep, and I said it like that on purpose. 25% total weapon damage is more than 30% weapon damage. It is. But along with that, I'm getting bonus armor, armor regen, skill efficiency, and more weapon damage stacking on that 30% weapon damage when I grab those trophies. So yeah, so I'm slowly, like, more and more, and trust me, like, if you go in my stash and you look at my stash, go look at my stash and look at my backpacks, you'll see vigilance everywhere. I've gotten to the point where I've deleted everything that's not vigilance, as it was that bad. So I was like, okay, so the only time I go without the memento is vigilance. But I'm now getting to the point where, like, as I've evolved, it started to evolve more as a player. I'm starting to realize that I'm even running out of reasons to run vigilance, you know, for survivability reasons. And time to kill is a factor of survivability, but I got great time to kill. I got one-shot kill capability, you know? And on SMGs and shotguns and on everything, right? And then, like, on some builds, you can't even run vigilance because you're taking too much damage. I play out of cover, right? So on those play out of cover, it's like vigilance isn't even an option, right? It's just like you're always taking damage. It's never going to be up. And I'm taking damage on purpose, right? And so vigilance isn't going to help me unless I have a shit ton of bonus armor. And all the bonus armor in this game is where, guys? Where's all the bonus armor in the game? It's on the fucking backpack. You know? Even with the new gear set Heartbreaker, right? Most of the bonus armor comes off of that backpack, where a big chunk of healthy bonus armor is there, right? The 200% thing, right? And so, but like I said, boss aside, right? Boss aside, like, the purpose of any build should really be about the 48. I mean, your survivability should really be measured against the other 48 guys. So notice my Tip of Spear is expired and I was one-shot killing everybody. So now it's just, the Tip of Spear has become nothing more but an annoyance. Because now I gotta keep it maintained in case the boss comes out, right? And so we killed everybody really fast. So there should be a boss somewhere. And that's him right there. So give me that head, bossy. Nobody left for me to kill. He's not gonna come out and I'm gonna lose my proc and I'm gonna be annoyed. I need it to be a headshot. Fuck. My proc is expired, I'm sure of it. Okay, I need to get it. I'm talking about the headhunter. You only got 30 seconds and she hid for so long. I'm literally just going to get my proc. That's all I'm doing here. God damn it. All right. I don't know if you noticed that, but something just interestingly happened. I dropped that decoy really fast while I was holding the TAC 50. There you go, one shot. There it is. So we did it. But it wouldn't have happened if I didn't have my proc from the TAC 50. So annoying, right?
Detecting additional hostile
Now, when you have your TAC 50, it's and you throw. Okay, so dropping and throwing was the difference, is what I'm thinking. So when you're running, you can drop that decoy, but you can also throw your decoy. And the throwing animation is slow. The dropping was really fast, so that's something helpful later, maybe. Could save your life. God damn, this twitchy fuck. Oh my god. There. While that was happening, folks, 50 other enemies have entered the rink. Again, time to kill and time to focus, amount of focus on a single enemy. Is why that riot foam build is absolutely amazing. Cuts down, because you already have amazing time to kill. So if there's nothing you could do there, then part of time to kill is also about time of focus on an enemy, right? So if the enemy, and that's the game right there. So then that's why I call it cheat code, is because you're eliminating some of the factors in the game that make the game hard. The right foam is, right? And so it's like by holding enemies still, you already got one shot time to kill, but now you decrease time of focus on an enemy, which is also part of, there's a big part of your survivability. It's a huge part. So assault rifles, you might have great time to kill, whatever, but they require a lot of focus on an enemy, right? Because you're gonna have to exhaust that mag. And obviously one shot, one kill is faster. But if the enemy is doing acrobats on you, you're focusing too, and you're missing shots because of that, or you can't land a shot, or you're waiting, you know, then same thing. You know, you got 10 other enemies that are circling in on you. All right, might as well have bad time to kill. And so the riot foam cures that. So the combo of one shot, one kill with riot foam that decreases focus time on an enemy. Don't run away, man. All right, it's me and Bossy here. And not one kill. Oh, how is that even possible? There we go, 3 kills though. 3 shots out. This always happens. Let's get this guy to turn around. Oh, he's right there. Those are the blinder grenades, and very helpful. Which is, you know, part of that big discussion. What up, Damien? What up, bro? That big discussion that we talk about, you know, like getting out of the testing range and, you know, time to kill and, you know, spreadsheets and what your friend, the speedrunner, says, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, yeah. But in the game, the realities of it, they change, right? Like, I mean, the biggest thing is like getting out of the testing range. And you go in there and you're like, yeah, my weapon is, I got the best DPS in the game, right? And then like the AK series is a really good example. I think like that's a really good example because it's strong, and or the TK, right? Like whatever one you want, and you get in that testing range and be like, this is the best assault rifle in the game. I'm standing 5 feet away from this target and annihilating it. My DPS is amazing. My time to kill is amazing. You know what I mean? And that could be a good mask for our fun build. And then you get out there and it's just sort of like, are you landing any the same amount of shots as you were in a testing range? And usually the answer is no. For most of us humans. I'm one of those no people. And so I'll be honest with you, like I've put on that on the live stream, and we'll be doing our strong assault rifle build series and trying to validate some of these assault rifles. And we'll do this really good builds, and I feel like I'm doing great, you know, and we're like, wow, that was really good. I mean, I've just felt like that we made that legendary solo look really easy, didn't we? You know what I mean? And then I'll put back on my Police M4, and I was like, oh my God, it's so much easier with the Police M4. I cleared it all in like way faster, you know? It is faster. Oh, we didn't get very many Tip of Spear backpacks. That must be like a rare thing. And so, but the Police M4 is, I mean, but the AK is supposed to have the best DPS in the game, right? Or the TK's got the best DPS, better than the AK, but the AK's got a higher value. And so, well, how can that be? How can that be? How can I, if that's the case, how am I winning, so to speak, with my Police M4, right? Same mission, same legendaries. I'm solo. I don't got any team buffs, you know. And it's because part of landing, part of DPS in the real game is you got to land those shots, right? DPS is null if you're missing everything.
You are simple Jack.
That's right. Stating the obvious. So yeah, so anyway, so this build, so that's what I'm saying, like, but part of it is like speaking about build truths, like that I can make this build look really good because I'm one-shotting everything with my Mantis, right? And I'm really good with my Mantis, whatever the build is. I can create one from scratch. I can put this on a Hunter's Fury and whatever. And once I proc that chest piece, it's game over for the enemies, right? And so, you know, and so I can claim that Tip of Spear is amazing and go around and one-shot bosses with it, right? There were some bosses that we couldn't. There were some that we couldn't. But I could fix that. I could fix that. Drop that armor core, and I bet you were consistent, right? So, and I don't even need that armor core, as you could tell. I'm just kind of killing everybody from a single spot. So I really don't even need this armor core. But my point is that if you look closely, again, and a lot of people don't look closely, right? On the sometimes their own builds, but on some of these builds, and you'd be like, well, you abandoned the TAC 50. Be like, yup, I did. And the truth is, I did abandon the TAC 50. So what exactly is this set doing for me, right? Nothing. It's actually weakening me, because by abandoning the TAC 50, I'm abandoning any proc bonus that it could give me, right? Now, one thing I gotta say is it is fun to shoot 4 enemies at once. And you can shoot through weak points. But either way, that's not the set that's doing that. That's the TAC 50 that's doing that. So my TAC 50 is probably, and it should be, stronger. I don't know if actually I shouldn't say that. I don't know for a fact. But I imagine my TAC 50 is stronger on my Aces build. I'd have to check that, because it is at the end of the day a marksman rifle also, right? And so yeah, I will completely abandon this TAC 50 after a while, just because it's like it's more of an inconvenience to have to switch. Slows me down. I'm killing everything with a single shot. I don't need it. Why are you on fire? But we got to use that ammo. But I have more advantages by using the Mantis, right? Because of the decoy thingy. That wasn't a headshot, really.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, you are one lucky bastard. Okay, let's get that shot on that boss before I lose my proc. And I lost. Nope, I still got it. Yeah, it's hindering me. It's funny, right? It's funny how that works. So what I'm trying to say is like, it's so one thing standing between me and one shot in the boss. And what it's supposed to be doing is giving me more power. This rifle guy is gonna be the fucking enemy, isn't he? Jesus Christ. Oh, I did lose all of my mementos, but I think that happened after the boss kill. That's weird how all my mementos just expired at the same time, wasn't it? It's possible, unlikely. Yeah, shield sprinter is the same thing, you know. I mean, same concept. It doesn't really matter what the gun is, but it might be the shield sprinter. I don't know. It's not commonly referred to as the strongest, but again, there's individual truths, and that's what matters more to me, anyways. So. You know what I mean? Like. And for me, landing shots and having a high rate of fire while I'm landing that shot, it makes whatever gun usually my meta. I usually perform better with those when I'm talking assault rifles. And I try the other ones, like sometimes I'm really torn, right? Like, well, I'll run like that AK, like I'm saying, and I'll be like, oh man, yeah, this gun is definitely like, oh, you know, and then I put back on the PlayStation 4. And then it's like, it goes like that with a lot of guns. Because I go through these phases where I like to try different weapons and see if I'm getting consistent results with them. As I did maybe a month ago or 2 months ago. And one of those is always like the P416 always circles back in. I'm like always picking up the P416 and going, are you, oh yeah, tried it, and I'm like, oh, I love it, yeah, why am I not using this gun right now? And then I put on the Police M4 and I'm like, oh, that's why. But the Police, and it's not that it's bad, right? It's just like, it feels excellent while I'm using it. I just did it. I just did this whole thing. It was around the FAMAS, because I'm trying to work in the FAMAS again, and I think you guys should consider it too. And I've never been a big fan of the FAMAS because of its handling issues. But with the new Striker set and the way the Heartbreaker set works, where like it's all about major stacking, that extra 50 RPM might be the difference and making that even happen, I guess. So that's why that's one of the reasons why I'm interested in it, is that extra 50 RPM over the Police M4, that is, to be specific. Oh, we better turn in that TAC 50, huh? Not using it again. I've abandoned it again. Yeah, I've never been a big fan. I mean, I like the F2000. I remember, I mean, I like the Shield Sprinter too. It's all right, you know? Not my favorite gun in the game, but there was a time that I liked it. I was like, ooh, this is a pretty good game. But I was kind of in the early discovery process, you know? The F2000. But here's one thing, like, when I'm evaluating builds now, and I'm different, this is like, I've been playing this game for a while, and my thinking has probably changed, so that was the boss right there. but since I started the game, but now when I look at builds and I evaluate builds, it's not like a snobby thing, but it's more like if they don't play like me, it doesn't. I'm not finding much value out of what somebody's telling me. You know what I mean? So, and that's because I started to come to more and more and more that like, oh wow, like these builds. It's more the skill player and play style. That's some of the things that we've been talking about lately, right? It's a play style that dictates whether, like, if you're a relaxed. Here's a good example. If you're a relaxed player and you always play on a team, the momentum might be horrible for you. You know, might be the worst thing you can put on, right? Not necessarily, but it's mostly the point being the relaxed player side. Now you might be like, well, I eventually get my trophies, and when I do, in the air, woo! And when you do, you know, you're happy because you're getting into armor regen too, right? So check out this air shot right here. These are my favorite shots in the game. It's with the TAC 52. 21 million. Tip of spear headshot damage 100 fury. And it's not that they're wrong or right, but it's just like, but the way that they play really dictates whether it'll be good for me. Not good at all, good for me, right? And so if, like I was saying, so like if you play really relaxed, you're like, oh, I love the memento because I eventually get my trophies. But you know that whole thing where people are saying like, oh, the competitive nature and whatever, of if you're playing competitively with a team, they're going to steal your kills and whatever. And that's absolutely true, right? And there's a lot about that I wouldn't agree with, though. Or if I did, then that would nerf some of these sets, like Hunter's Fury would be considered, like if we accepted that as an entire community, then Hunter's Fury would be the memento of gear sets, right? Because Hunter's Fury is the same thing, right? So if you don't get your kill, if somebody comes by and steals your kill, which happens in a group a lot, then you don't get your amplified damage stacks. If somebody comes by and gets your kill, you also don't get your armor on kill. And so now you're weak and you have no armor. That's worse than the memento, technically, right? And so, and the problem is that in order to use that gear set, or you could play it however you want to, but the reality is that you're probably going to want to play inside 15 meters and kind of aggressive, right? And so if you're not doing that, you're not getting the most out of the gear set, you know, unless you're doing something special. And so that means you're taking aggro. You're out there saying, I'm going to go get some, you know, take damage. And that's cool because I got a really nice time to kill because I'm hitting hard, right? Yeah, but when you got 3 other people on your team and shooting at the same targets, they're going to, one of those guys, all of those guys might eliminate that target before you do. It's 3 versus 1, technically, right? And there went your armor, you know, and there went your armor recovery, you know, and that takes away your survivability. So it's the same concept, right? It's the same concept. And the ongoing directive was like that too, by the way. But they're fixing the ongoing directive. That's nice, right? Ongoing directive is horrible for teams, and it was funny that nobody ever mentioned it. You know, I don't remember anybody ever mentioning it. Like, but the mementos talked about, but nobody ever talked about the ongoing directive, and I don't know why. But it was the same thing. It was just like, oh, it sucks in group. You go into your group and you're like, okay, I'm gonna apply the status effects. I don't have very many status effects, but I'm gonna apply it. And then, you know, I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna work hard to get that kill. I'm not buffed yet, but when I get that kill, I'm gonna get that amplified damage, and then I'm a god. And then somebody comes by and goes, pluck, oh, let me get that kill for you. You know what I mean? You're like, God damn it. You were like, well, I was trying to save your life. And you're like, yeah, but now I got no special ammo. Now I'm just really weak build that's got status effects and reload speed, and I don't got any amplified damage to go with it. And so now here I go again. Okay, let's do it again. Status effects, and then you got to work hard to get that kill, right? Because you have no added damage yet, right? You got no added damage. Got to work hard. And same thing happens. You get a guy comes by, pluck, be like, oh, let me just help you get that kill. I see you're struggling with him, right? And you're like, and you're weak too. That's the worst part. You're really weak because you got you're usually an all red build with that thing, and you kind of have to be because you're again underpowered without that amplified damage. And when you get that amplified damage, you really want to feel powerful. but
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
oh, don't you dare! Ah, you went around that corner. You hear what he said? True sons are our enemies.
You are simple Jack.
Finally, to use a few of those rounds of ammo, huh?
Detected. In location guarded by hostiles.
But yeah, so it depends on the way you play, right? So it depends on the way you play, and we know that. But the assault rifles are the same. Also, and a little bit biased on your platform too, right? Like recoil is not managed as well on console. Oh my God. She was out of here, huh?
Hostiles guarding
Goddamn boss. Give me that shot. Oh, still not enough. He's heavy though. He is heavy, but still. We should be able to take him. I'm gonna show you guys. We're gonna put on a different build. I might could try putting on a little bit more damage on it as we have it. Let me do that. It's mostly for efficiency, like, you know. On those helmet bosses, no matter what, it's going to take 2 shots, but I don't like it to take 3. Not unless I'm running and gunning. I'm okay with that because I'm sacrificing for the right foam, so I get it. But if I'm playing from cover, we could still be okay with it, but it's mostly for efficiency. Like, I want to go quickly and move on to the next target, you know, we talked about that. All of our trophies expired again.
Detecting additional hostile
Amazing.
contacts.
I think it's because I'm collecting them all at the same time. Like right here, like these 3 will expire simultaneously. Oh, you want to run that build, Brian? That's an amazing build. So Brian, all he says is one thing, and it just kicks me off. Right on, right. Like, because actually I have a whole thing about that build. And so the build is, he said, rail splitter with strikers, right? And it's really interesting because the rail splitter is the CTAR, which is basically the least strongest assault rifle. I don't know if it's officially, but it's got the highest RPM, and so I imagine it's got the lowest base damage. You know, I'm not looking at the charts or anything like that, but I imagine, right? It's gonna be down there. And so, but what's really cool is that here's what I did with it. So, it was a meta test again. So, I put on another CTAR, so an equivalent CTAR, and then on that CTAR, so the rail splitter, it doesn't even have a weapon damage talent, right? It's got a weapon handling gives you 50% more accuracy is what it does, right? So again, no extra damage. So I put 4-piece striker and then roll on more accuracy mods. So no crit mods, I put on accuracy mods. So I max out the accuracy on that thing, right? 4-piece striker. And then I think I even like maybe run brace on the chest. It's been a while, so I got to look up that video. And then I took the same build and I put on glass cannon. Okay, so what I did is I took the same CTAR, and then I put on killer, and I put on glass cannon. I put on fox's prayers, contractor's gloves, and the coyote's mask. But it was glass cannon. I can't remember if it was perfect or not, but it was glass cannon. And then I put on, crits everywhere and all that stuff. And then I ran heroic, and I did. It gets the same enemy archetype. So like, which tends to be like one of these guys here. Like the average grunt is a good one to test against. The average grunt is that bald guy. He's not the bald black guy, but the bald white guy. I'll tell you when I see him here. Not that one. They're all kind of bald, but the average guy. Where's the average guy? Not that one, because he's got hair. That's Sergeant North, though. That's Ollie. That's Ollie. Oliver North. Yeah, so I don't see the average guy. He's not here right now, but he's a grunt. He basically looks like that guy that just died, but he doesn't have the backpack and all that stuff. Anyways, you see him all the time. And so I killed him with both builds. I killed everybody with both builds, but there he is. That's him right there. So he's on the heavier armor side, but he's basically your average grunt, right? And so both elites, and then I recorded the gameplay, and then I did a side-by-side window. And I was like, one of these is with glass cannon, one of these is not. And look at how fast. One of these is all weapon handling, as a matter of fact. And look at the time to kill comparison. Can you tell which one has glass cannon and not? And you really couldn't. They were both basically dying at the same time. And that was the point. The time to kill it was better on the glass cannon one. Of course it was. Versus weapon handling one, but the difference was so minute that you couldn't tell. You just couldn't tell. And that's what we've been saying over the last couple of days. That's kind of a point. Like if the time to kill is faster, but you cannot perceive it. If you go into the testing range and you test the two builds, and on paper on a target that's not moving and not shooting back, and you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, well DPS is better on this one, so time to kill is better, so it's the better build. Okay, then you go out there in the real world and you're like, I can't tell though. I can't tell, right? Like it's got the better DPS in the testing range, but when I look at it with my eyes and my hands as I'm killing a real target that's not a piece of paper, I can't tell if it's faster. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You know what I mean? And so does that extra time to kill, does that faster time to kill actually exist, And it does. I mean, of course, the answer is it does. I mean, it's sort of a trick question, but the reality is that that's diminishing return. So if the time to kill is on this glass cannon, whatever crazy build, and it was basically this build here. This was the build I basically ran, actually. This one, except instead of the FAMAS, I was running the CTAR with killer, right? And so the thing is like, yeah, it's faster, but it's got diminishing returns. Yeah, damage builds have diminishing returns, meaning like it's all about time to kill, right? Landing shots, missed shots. Oh, there's a hunter out here. Check this out. Where is he? There he is. Ooh-wee. You see that? He was right there, huh? Creepy as F. That would have been a ghost hunter, most likely. And so if it's faster, but you can't tell, then the point of diminishing returns is like, would you get a better return on something in its place, like weapon handling and landing more shots, or heals, or armor on kill, or something like that. You know what I mean? We get more bang for your buck. Is the juice worth the squeeze? You know? Oh, assure a star. Let me know if you survive with the Ravenous. Man, I have a hard time trying to figure that gun out. I mean, I've created builds for it in the past, but the rate of fire feels too slow. I don't know. Switching shoulders kind of leads me to missing shots sometimes too. I lose count when I'm using it. 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? It is the meter thing there too, but you can go over the meter. And of course, there's the whole like shooting from cover just doesn't work sometimes, right? And then again, it's a rifle without a scope, which also sucks. God, that weapon needs a revamp. You work so hard to get it. Firebirds, we better check, huh? Yeah, let me open these and donate what I gotta donate. So, but like, you know, everything's good. Everything's got a place. I like to think that there's a build for everything. Like we can come up with a build for everything. And like I came up with a couple of builds for the Merciless that actually makes me enjoy it. And to be honest with you, I'm just not a fan of that gun at all. Except when I'm running these builds and be like, oh wow, it's actually tolerable. It's actually fun. It actually kills. But still, you know, handling wise, okay, let me make sure I can. It's got just the sound of it irritates me. The ting 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 ting. It's just like that. It's like, I actually like the USC 45 better. All right, thanks for reminding me, Firebird. You're the man. So headshot kills. Where are we? Where are we? We are 85. So I think I felt like we should have been higher than that. So this is the biggest jump we got to break. We're trying to get to 82. So this is the biggest jump right here, and everything else is easy-ish. So I better speed it up. Okay, speed up time. Power build time. Okay. So I like where we ended up with that Tip of Spear build, but again, Tip of Spear has a lot of weaknesses, and yes, the Hunter's Fury version of that build is still better. So, but it was workable, it was fun, had fun with it, you know what I mean? But if I'm looking for the better build, I would go back to the Hunter's Fury. I say that now because we're going to start migrating farther and farther away from that setup. Now that it take off.
Requesting backup.
Aces is my faster. And actually I usually run no aces here. I usually run the Sawyer's knee pads, but I'm still gonna stick with this backpack. I don't have to. We can run. Let me see if I have a a Providence backpack or whatever. I can do that too. It's fine. We're playing from cover. We got decoys. Like it's like I'm surprised when I do take damage. Let's see what backpacks I got. There we go. Providence will work. I could put in headshot damage there. It's not God rolled one, but if I have a Raldi too, I have these. It just might be on my other character, and I don't want to go get them. It's fine. A Raldi on the backpack, Walker on your chest is usually the better combo. Did I have it? Yeah, they're all on my other character. It's fine. I'm just gonna leave this. Which means I can put on the the sad part is that it forces me into a 4-piece aces, which is actually kind of a bummer. And the reason why is because aces will grant you a position of where sometimes you're gonna be hitting at your lowest possible damage, right? And that's because of the card thing, flipping thing. It's like a gamble, right? So sometimes you're not gonna have those cards at all, and you want those cards. Not sometimes, not all the time, really either. I mean, yeah, of course, all the time. But like at the moment when you're gonna trigger your headhunter is when you want those, right? You want that major lift right at that moment, and it might not be active there. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Fuck. There we go. All right. So again, the perfect version of this build would actually have the Soldier's knee pads, and then a Raleigh in the back, walk guard chest. Yeah, Brian, that's a fun build. I like they use. I think the rail splitter used to be my favorite assault rifle in the game, and it's. I mean, landing shots means something. I wish it was. I do gotta say, I wish it was 50% weapon handling instead of accuracy. What up, Nander? And the one thing about the CTAR, I gotta say, the reason why it's not my favorite officially is because of the scope situation. I like running focus a lot on my builds, on my assault rifle builds, and that doesn't allow for a scope. I mostly use assault rifles on legendaries. I might be part of it. And legendary enemies play so deep, right? Take out the turret guys first. Look how fast this fucking guy got here. Jesus H.
Reinforcements incoming.
Oh, good. We finally got the aces buff. You see that? Which is why I run 3 bases. 3 aces. So we're doing all of this without our memento backpack. Remember that? So we haven't even got our trophies yet, and we're still one-shotting everything. So, which is why the memento works. But when you do have it, it's nice because the damage doesn't get disabled, right? Oops, I don't need my TAC 50 anymore. That's right. God damn you. That's why that's the best skill in the game. And I got unlimited amounts. I mean, we just ran through like right in the middle of like all those enemies, right? Fucking thing is amazing. I mean, I'm sure you guys have done this too, but like, you know, when you're in that legendary mission and all hell's breaking loose, your homie's down, and you'll drop that trophy and be able to pick up your friend while these legendary enemies are walking by you, through you. Like you're an invisible man with that thing. Oh, you lucky fuck. Lucky fuck again. There it is. Look at that guy just laying down fire, huh? What is that? Ugh, almost killed her. Should have waited. Stupid Ace's buff. Oh, good. I got my buff finally. So that's why I don't want to run Aces. But I mean, I could take off Aces, just put on some, like the second piece of Raldi or Walker knees. I could do that too.
Incoming hostiles detected.
But you know, you do rather have the amp damage, just that it's so inconsistent. But when you do have all things procced, it is pretty close to the Sawyers. The Sawyers gives me about, on the Nemesis, I haven't memorized more, but on the Nemesis, like 60 million solo without any extra things. Just 60 million. And the 4-piece Aces gets me like 58 million, so they're really close. The difference is like they're both inconsistent, like Sawyers and Aces, but the way I play, Aces ends up being more inconsistent for me. Jesus. Cold streak. Cold streak. Because I can control the Sawyers more, right? I can sit still. I can sit still like I am now, long enough to get that full buff. Only move if I have to.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Jesus, this guy. Boss. Ooh. She wanted my neck. On a rope. That rocket was on a rope, huh? I actually like that rocket lady. She's pretty cool. Cool boss. I wish we had RPGs. I guess that's why. Maybe it's jealousy. That's why I like her. Rogues. Switch to the Nemesis because they're rogues. Only got 2 targets, so the limited decoy thing is not going to help me.
Detected. Rogue striker drone.
Oh, come on. Oh my god, I was at a miss. Oh my god, I was at a miss. I'm going to time out here in a second. Yeah. Fuck, dude.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What was that? Fucking guy. My decoy's out there. Why you shoot at me? Alright. Oh. Oh my gosh, look how much life is left on him. Nothing-ish. Oh, he's gonna fucking heal out of it. Oh my god, attack 50 times. That's a fucking bullshit. Hold on while it takes me an hour to throw my decoy. Alright. That was annoying. Ooh, look at the garage. Haven't used that. Let's save it to delete it. Sometimes when you get a nice roll like that, you're like, okay, well, we got new content coming. Maybe, you know, maybe one to foam 'em, get vindictive, switch weapons kind of thing. I don't know. Do you guys do that a lot? Do you like switching weapons, or do you find that annoying? I sometimes find it annoying. I mean, I've been doing it a lot lately. I mean, switching to rifle is kind of like that a little bit, right? But once you kind of get into a routine, it kind of works itself out. I think it's, I'd probably take, I'd have to go check, actually. I'd want to check, like, is it the Walker? I think Araldi, like, let me see if I have my Araldi knees or any Araldi. Yeah, so I could use this. They're all consistent until you get to the boss. That's what changes. So that's really what we're evaluating. It comes down to the boss. They're all consistent. That one was fine until we got to the boss. You know what I'm saying? And so that's really what I'm looking at. And so, because they all work. Like, if you notice, like, I started out and I was one-shotting everything and I didn't even have any mementos whatsoever. There were no mementos. Oh, I forgot I'm holding this one. So they're all, yeah. And so that's sort of what I'm looking at. Like, oh, I want to be, I should be one-shotting those bosses. So let me try that Araldi, and then what we'll do is we'll take this out. We'll run the perfect chain killer run, that one. Now what I did is I just gave us 5% more weapon damage instead of that 30% amp damage. So that might not be a smart move. We'll see. See what happens. Let's see if that changes anything. Yeah, it does depend on the build. I'm mostly thinking like the mechanics of whatever you're playing on. Like, for example, for me on the Xbox, I use an Xbox controller, and in order to go from my primary to my pistol, I mean, one. So, just see what just happened. So I fucked up. Hold on. Let me get this on. So, okay. So double tap. And so, but you could easily see, and then going back, I accidentally went to my rifle. And so, and then you're like, okay, now one tap back. Okay, then I go to there, and then one tap back. Go to double tap there, one tap back. Double tap there, one tap back. So you got to remember that. And so what ends up happening is you'll double tap there, and then you'll double tap back, and you end up on your rifle sometimes. You're like, oh, that's not the weapon I want. And then you end up back on your thing, and you're adding all of this. That's all time, right? That you could be using whatever proc you got, and by switching to the wrong weapon on accident, you're eating into that vindictive, or you're eating into that perfect finisher time, right? Was that not a headshot? Yeah, it wasn't. Wow. Get this real quick. God damn it. Fucking up here. Oh my god, I'm bad. There we go. We want to stick to our Mantis. It's fast, and it's providing all of our survivability through the decoy. Oh, really? I saw that coming out, and it still got me, huh? You gotta go. So we're one-shotting everything, you know? It's all the same. I mean, we could try without using the TAC 50 and see, like, how many shots does it take, but that's sort of not how the Mantis works. With the Mantis, it's sort of a progression sniper, so you go, you know, purple, gold, 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 or you go red, red, gold, or red, purple, you know what I mean? As far as on... That's the distinction between the Nemesis and the Mantis. The Mantis can't usually, I mean, there might be some, there are circumstances it can, but it's usually, the variable is the NPC, but on your average NPC, the Mantis can't one shot right out of the gate an elite. It needs a progression. And so if you stuck with nothing but elites, it's fine. You could either use your attack 50 or just put out more than one shot on that elite, which is 2 or 3. And so that's what you're evaluating. You know, when you're looking at, because once you got the chest proc, it doesn't, nothing else matters. Nothing matters. It doesn't even matter what gun I'm running anymore, right? I could switch to the 1886 and be one-shotting everything. I could use the White Death, the Nemesis, doesn't matter anymore, right? So that's the power of Headhunter. So, and then from there, it just the only thing you're evaluating with Headhunter is the boss skill. And are you one-shotting that boss? We don't have any, I guess we do have trophies. Okay, that's good. Those trophies have been expiring on this. And so that's a yes or no question, you know? And then if you're not, then you're like, am I okay with that? And then how many shots does it take on the boss? Is it 1, 2, or 3? And that's also a variable on the boss. So, you know, you want to kind of sort of evaluate it on the same boss. Like this guy, I mean, no, you know, you're not going to one-shot him. Is it possible? Yeah. But if I shoot him in the stomach, it's not. And so my best bet is to go for that backpack. And now I lose my proc. So I'm not one-shotting him, right? So this is a bad boss. So it's not, the eval is not going to work out on every boss. But... so the best, so there's 2 points. My point is this: when you're evaluating a sniper build, whatever the sniper, doesn't matter, but gear pieces and all that stuff, you're looking at 2 things. 1, how many shots on the, everything, all else being equal, you have to be able to one shot a non-elite. You have to. Otherwise, your build needs a rework. You know what I mean? It's gonna be painful for you. It's gonna be painful for you. And if you're comfortable with that, then technically you're running a different build. You know, because a one-shot build, that's like the sort of the golden standard, is like being able to one-shot a non-elite, no matter which gun you're running. Even the pistols, right? Like I could put on the D50 or whatever. Non-elites are going down in a single shot, right out of the gate, which is good because that's mostly what you're dealing with. But until you get to the second wave and you got nothing but elites, and so what ends up happening is like, so you can't rely on Headhunter to do all your work because every now and again you're gonna miss a shot and you're gonna hit them in the body. And then you got no non-elites to stack against, right? None whatsoever. So then the question becomes, okay, how many shots does it take on an elite? Well, with the TAC 50, just 1, if you're building set up right. And if it doesn't, then, you know, how many shots are you willing to accept for whatever you did to your build to take that capability away? And you might have added armor kill, you might have added 2 bellstone or whatever, lots of armor, and all of that's acceptable, depending on where you're at. Now, if you're not bad at landing shots, then 2 shots is not a problem. 2 shots is great on a boss, right? You're like, I land my shots, so putting out an extra run isn't a big deal, really, right? Whoops, that was a wasted fucking shot, wasn't it? These guys are running in zigzag patterns. Serpentine! Okay, I lost all my fucking ammo right there. Shooting in the air. Serpentine! So 1 shot. Okay, I'm taking damage, but that's okay because we're not running vigilance. So there's 1 shot on him, right? And he's pretty much an average grunt, so he's a good one to be doing this with. So one shot. God damn, if I can just get an eye on him. Might have to pick a new target because he's just like MIA on me. So one shot. Is he back? Who's shooting me? Fuck. Two shots. So now we're proc. Look at my meter at the bottom. Now we're gonna one-shot everything. I'm not gonna shoot him because he's already got damage. But, and the cool thing is I don't worry about, like, even if I was running vigilance, I'm not gonna shoot people with damage. I need somebody that's full bar. Like I'm finding balls enough to pop their head out. There it is, one-shotted. So everybody else is gonna be one-shotted. So that's it. So the question is the Nemesis better than the Mantis? I mean, you could apply that to the same question. I mean, to the same concept. The answer is, well, the Nemesis can, and I'll have to test this, can take out one of those elites with a single shot. The Mantis takes two. But that is the single advantage that the Nemesis has, is that it can take out an elite with a single shot. So when you need to reset your headhunter, it's not such a big deal. But either are two shots, because once you got it set, then it doesn't matter. So remember, we just dropped what, like 40% amplified damage or whatever, and from the 4-piece bonus, right? And a lot of that's because it still works, because the reality is that MMRs are overpowered. They got way too much power in the build. And so you don't need vigilance. That difference is negligible in a build that's one-shot killing. And it won't, and trust me, I run vigilance on this build every day. Not every day, but it's an everyday build for me. It's very, very common to see me running vigilance on my backpack with this same build. And I'll tell you, it doesn't add any value to me when it comes to one-shotting things. The elites at the kickoff are always going to take two shots off of this gun. Now with the Nemesis, here it is, one shot the boss. So the build, do you understand what just happened there? The 4-piece wasn't able to one shot the boss. 3 pieces was. And the reason why is because with aces, there are times when you're at your lowest possible damage, right? So we're already running 3 pieces. So we got the 15% marksman rifle damage. We got the 30% headshot damage, but dead man's hands. Flip a card, blah, blah, blah. After 5 cards are flipped, the damage of your next shot is amplified by 30%. Okay, great. But if I already have my headhunter procced, you know, it's supposed to be amplifying that, but it's not helping me. And what if it's not there? So sometimes it's there, many times it's not, right? So it's sort of a gamble. You're down to the boss, and are you going to have that proc ready for the boss or not? And we did have it in that last control point. We did have it, and we weren't able to one-shot the boss. And now my mementos are all expired. The mementos are expired because we're in this vicious cycle, what I'm doing here. Picking up all the mementos at once, and then we go to the next control point. Funny. Vicious cycle. Sup, Lawrence Wheatley? What's up, man? So for me, the 4-piece aces has the potential to do a higher damage value than this one. But if this one's one-shotting the boss and 2-shotting elites at the kickoff of the fight, it's doing everything it's supposed to be doing. It's doing what remember we talked about builds, you look at them like a product, and what's that product's purpose and what's its promise, right? And so I don't normally run it this way, just so you know. I normally run, I do run it with the memento, but I'm usually just kind of lazy about the knees and end up throwing those aces on just because it's like, you know. But the reality is this one, I don't know, I guess we're testing. It might be better. but the damage will be more consistent. It's lower, but it's there when you need it. And I talk about that a lot with snipers, actually. Like, you only got one shot, and that shot needs to count, right? And so that's the problem with the gamble thing. Is it's like sometimes it's there for you, sometimes it's not. So it's not counting a lot of times. This shot needs to count. And I looked down, I was like, I don't have my buff, so I'm gonna be hitting at my weakest possible shot. I know I'm not gonna kill that boss. Fingers crossed, though. Oh man, it's a big day for you, man. That's the number you gotta hit. I was so excited to get to there to 1K on my watch. It really was. I was like, that's what I grinded for. I mean, I haven't grinded much in this game. There's only two things that get me to grind in this game, really. One is a new rewards track when they launch a season, right? So we're about to get that in a couple of days. Two, getting my watch to 1,000. So now that I did that, I don't grind for any. I'm not really grinding. I used to grind for red stars. I should say that. I used to grind for red stars. Now I don't. Because I used to want all that DZ gear, and now I got it all. And there's still a couple of pieces I'm out for, but you know. So you can go for turret or riot foam guy. Which would you choose? For me, it's gonna be that turret fool, but the riot foam guys, they're on my naughty list. I just got them both to jump down, which sucks. How, did they just not count that as a headshot? Oh. They didn't. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, so 2 shots on elite, right? I don't know if I can land it. And so, talking about that. Okay, so does the build say do what it's supposed to do? And the answer is yes, right? And so, if that's the case, then you know you're good. You know what? Then you can start diverting power and start adding flexibility to your build or whatever, right? So, because anything, if your job is to one-shot bosses, right? And you're doing it, and if you want to one-shot elites and you're doing it, and even if there's no non-elites around, if you can build up your one-shot capabilities in only 2 shots, then you're about as efficient as any sniper build could be. The only one that's outside of that would be basically a nemesis build, right? And so, however, I've been saying that running a mantis build is like running 2 exotics at the same time. Hear me out on this. And it's not about the decoy thing, even though that can be played into that argument too. It's about that the TAC 50 is stronger than the Nemesis, right? The TAC 50's got more headshot damage, and it's got more base weapon damage than. Oh, look at this guy. It's a sniper. Okay, here's a boss. I don't know where she's going, but we want her head. Let's see if we need a clean shot though. Oh, she's looking at me. Technically, when they're looking at you, you got weaker damage with the Nemesis Mantis, but we did it either way. 1 shot. So 2 bosses in a row. Not much of a surprise. But here's what I'm saying. So running a Mantis build is a better way to run a sniper build because it's like running double exotics. And again, that's because the Nemesis is weaker than the TAC 50. The TAC 50 is easier to handle, right? And whatever. And so you can use. So if you need to reproc your Headhunter, you just whip out your TAC 50 and then set it off, right? It's like running 2 exotics. And so this is one of the builds that you actually use your special weapon on, and that actually makes sense and it's effective. Sorry, I'm like missing my shots here. Let me pick a new target. There you go. One-shotted the average elite too. Actually, that was a good one to demonstrate. And then from there, you're kicking it off. And like I said, you're always getting special ammo. Look, there's that special ammo right there. You never run out of special ammo. And that's why I say you don't really need TAC 50. Tip of spear. Because you're going to load up on special ammo really quick as long as you don't abuse it. So there, I duffed a shot, so I'm gonna whip out my TAC 50 again. Now I'm reset. And so that makes this gun already better than the Nemesis, that right there. Because you're not gonna do that with the Nemesis. You don't need to do that with the Nemesis, right? The Nemesis is like, well, you know, if I duff a shot, I'll just charge up and land on another enemy. You know, so, you know, I think this is a smarter way to play it, because with the Nemesis, you're not making use of your TAC 50. Rarely you are, right? And so this gun is faster than the Nemesis. I can clear a control point faster because there's no charging up. My decoy allows me to play out of cover, right? My decoy allows me to kill more enemies without getting suppressed. My decoy allows me to push inside. So I'm gonna take out this boss's helmet. So he's heavy, he's about 30 million kill. So we're gonna take that. Throw my decoy real quick. Shut this guy up down here. Yeah, 2 shots. Oh, that big guy, I have a hard time killing him with. First of all, I don't think it's possible to do him with 1 shot, unless you guys know some tricks about that. There it is. So 3 shots. He's 30 million, so about right. Because this one is probably like a 25 million hit build. Him aside, there's 19 million. So the first shot's just to break a helmet, so it's almost like it doesn't count, right? So the first shot's just to break his helmet. Look at all that special ammo we're gonna pick up here. So we're gonna reload on that.
Supply room access unlocked.
Come on, guys. What the fuck? Oh, they're messing with my mojo, aren't they? Come on. That was dead center. There we go. Apparently it wasn't.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh my god, I'm missing everything right now. Oh my god. Like, we should have been able to clear out that whole thing. I'm off my mark, that's why.
Incoming hostiles detected.
So like right there, that was a bad shot. Right there is a bad shot too. Like you said it right there. I should be able to land those. Oh.
Hostiles total convoy detected.
Oh my god. Landed on his shoulder. Okay, she's coming for me with that grenade, isn't she? So you can remember, like with the Mantis, they can't be looking at you or you lose 50% weapon damage. That's why you gotta have that decoy too. It's also conditional. So remember that about the Mantis. See that headshots and weak point damage against enemies not targeting you, amplified by 50%. So you get amp damage off of this weapon, but that's why you got to make sure that that decoy is in a good spot. Running around without the decoy is not good for the Mantis. Time is out, so we got a couple of minutes, not a few more, not a lot, but I see that we had some followers, so at about 3 of those, so that's gonna be 7 minutes. Let's see, 5, 6, 7 minutes and 30 seconds to the stream. Let's add that time. There we go. All right, let's get this stuff. $5.11, yuck, huh? It's not worth going back here, but I bet it's all horrible $5.11. I don't think they're ever going to change this $5.11 gear. I think that they're stuck with it. Probably some sort of promotional contract between the manufacturers. Yeah, Des. I know the grinding for the red stars too. I mean, it is a valid thing to do if you really. That's just daunting for me. Like I'm, and that goes back to the expertise system. Like it's sort of demoralizing, right? Because you're like 55, okay, and blah. I mean, like, oh god. And then the red stars, it costs 20 red stars. Oh. And so how much time you have to spend inside like floor 10 on the summit just to get enough exotic caches to feel good about it, because it's like, you know, 4 or 5 exotic cache purchases is like, I don't know, losing a day of gameplay for that. It's, I don't know. Oops, didn't mean to kick that off. So I'm gonna switch out for the Nemesis so we can just see the difference here in the gameplay. So, give me an elite. There's one. One shot at him. See that? So there's an elite medic, which is actually pretty tanky. And now, we got no decoys, which is okay. We can still play without it. But you got to play a little more on the flanks with this thing. So what do you guys think about that extra ammo, those like maximum ammo builds? You know, that was a topic that came up earlier today in the stream, and you know, somebody mentioned it, and I get the appeal, but what do you think about those? Like 90 rounds in the mag on an assault rifle or something like that, like. Us at the boss now, huh? There's one red guy in the back there. Oh, a purple too, okay. Oh, I thought I fucking had it right there. There it is. 36. I think that might have been a body shot though, actually. Fuck you guys. Give me a head. So yeah, the Nemesis has the potential to eliminate shots, but at the sacrifice of taking more time to shoot. And I've gotten pretty good at this, so I can do it pretty quick. But that charging up thing. Give Could also get you killed like it almost did right there.
Guarded by hostiles. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
But you know, trade-offs. I don't know why they find a appeal climbing this fucking truck. They always do that shit. Really, you think that's the best route? Going down Kill Alley? Not in my world. Oh, you're lucky I missed that.
Requesting backup.
Getting in.
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Ooh, that was a headshot. Looked like it was gonna hit his hand. Oh, I missed that shit. Come on, come on. Ah. Get out of here. Remember we talked about time to kill and spending time on target, right? Part of your time to kill. And that's sort of a little bit about handling, and there's a lot to that, right? Time on target, how much time you spend on target. Could be, besides them and their acrobats, I'm talking about like how your scope influences shots, right? Your scope could scope it in too much, scope it in too far, too close, all that kind of shit. And maybe not have enough weapon handling to get a clean shot, or slow reload speed in between misses. Like there's a lot to that besides your time to kill, right? Okay, here's a boss here. We're full stacked. Got a 46. So yeah. So the way easier with this than the Mantis to take out that one boss. That one boss took 3 shots. 1 to break the helmet, 2 to kill. And this 1 to break the helmet, 1 to kill. So definitely more efficient if you're good at using it. But again, you're losing decoys and
Incoming hostiles detected.
thought I broke that helmet already. I started looking at this, the Nemesis more like a bow and arrow. The way it plays actually feels like a bow and arrow. You're like drawing back your bow. They should have called it something like that. God damn you. Fuck you, dude. So irritated by all that random running around. Typical NPC behavior. One left.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, what? No way, right? No way. Oh my God. Results are the same, folks. You saw that though. You saw that. I saw that grenade coming. I rolled out. It's exactly where she threw it, right? Exactly. Holy shit. They have mastered their grenades. I want to remember we've been talking about that. We're going to start a grenade clinic. I need to start working on that. And we're going to go to grenade school and I'm going to hire that lady to lead the way because that is insane what she just did. And they always do that. They always do that, right? Yeah, isn't that it's ridiculous. It's like no way. No way. No way. Like but anyways, what I was trying to show you there too is that you can actually get pretty close with the Nemesis. I mean, it's all practice. All we saw is practice. I'm not, you know, I don't got any special things going on here. It's all practice. Practice with the Nemesis. Practice with the Mantis, and you can pull in really. You can play it really close. That was this last little skirmish here was all playing in really close, right? And the Nemesis, I feel like it's really built for range. You know, the slowness and all of that stuff. So. But with enough practice, you can play pretty tight and be really successful. And I bring that up because that's the Mantis's strength. The Mantis is designed to play on the inside. And that's why they give you the decoys so that you can do that and stay there with the infinite decoys as long as you're killing. So my point is you can make up for that with the Mantis by just being quick with it, landing those shots. The Nemesis, that is. Being quick with it and landing those shots. And you can make a valid argument that it's better than the Mantis. The Nemesis is better than the Mantis because yeah, I can play inside. That's me though, right? Might not be your truth, but I can play inside. I can kill those people with less shots, so I don't need the Mantis as much because there's, you know, my attention on target time is less, right? If you're really efficient on the weapon, and that's only practice, that's only experience. But cool. All right, everybody, that's it for the stream. It was a good one. I appreciate the chats and all the support. Thank you for everybody that kicked in and extending the stream time. It was a long one. Let's see how much total stream time we did. We did 4 hours and 57 minutes. Good. So we started with 3 hours and 3.5. So appreciate that. But before we sign out, I do want to look at my progression. We did pretty good there in the end. So how close did we get? 85. So we needed not much, but 90 kills, give or take, to take 84. And I think our goal was 82. So cool. That, I think I spent too much time on that tip of spear build in the end, huh? After we had finished it, and then I started goofing around. I probably would have gotten an extra 50 kills at least if I would have moved on faster, but cool. But we learned something today. We learned something today that you can make a couple of interesting tip of spear builds on the sniper side of things. But the Hunter's Fury might be better. All right, everybody, I'll catch you later. Have a very good night.
Tuxedo out.